you're trying to lose belly fat, stop doing cardio. This sounds backwards, right? Well, believe it or not, it's actually true. Stop spending hours on the elliptical to get in shape. Running on the treadmill 5 or even 6 days a week gets most people nowhere.
You want to know why running on the treadmill 7 days a week doesn't work for you when you're trying to lose weight?
stream. This is going to be the biggest challenge of the year by far, as the post-Euro, post-Valky, post-Tybalt's trickery modern meta as he has shown itself. We've got all the major streamers in here and a lot of the grinders. Got a Yama Killer, Sven Vita Sven, Canister. There's a lot of names and a lot of people already joining. I'm looking forward to testing out our metal against a lot of these guys. With that in mind, this is the deck that we're taking through today. So this is, as people probably can already see, a blue-red living in list. This is very similar to the list that I just 5-0 got published with yesterday. And pretty happy with it. For the most part it's the same. I've cut the pathway for another Scalding Tarn. I've also, in the same vein, not cut the Salundi Vision that I was talking about in the video that I put on YouTube earlier in the week, just because even after 45 matches with the deck, over 60 games, I still haven't actually cast this card. So, should be fun. All in all, for the most part, once we go live, in between rounds, playing a bit of Geoguesser, if anyone's around for that. Otherwise I'll just be playing it myself and pick a country, or we can just go down the UK, Europe, see what happens. There's one thing that I do want to talk about, and that is in the sideboard. Previously I was playing 3 copies of Dragon's Claw and 2 copies of Negate. Because of the prevalence of burn that I expect, and after playing 6-7 leagues this week, I've played burn over 8 times. So I wanted something that counters instant sorceries but also can deal with Eidolon. Now Swan Song fits that bill. It can counter target enchantment, instant, sorcery, and it gives them a 2-2, which for the most part doesn't really matter considering the nature of the deck that we're playing. Our creatures either massively outclass that with the rhinos or any of our big flyers, or we're going to be trying to set up a living end. But Eidolon is the card that traditionally messes us up, so that is why we're here. All in all, I'm looking forward to this, so let's see how long we've got left. Got 1 minute and 15 seconds, and no doubt in my mind that we're going to be starting straight away. Probably should have got more tea though. Oh, what are you going to do? I'm going to turn the background music down just a little bit. I'll turn myself up. If the volume's not right, then someone please let me know. Okay, and with 35 seconds to go. Tad quiet, thanks New Authority. How's that? Is that a little bit better? Fantastic. If it's too loud or too quiet, just let me know. Just give me a shout and I'll hopefully accommodate. 10 seconds to go before we find out who our first opponent is, but I'm looking forward to this. 165's pretty good considering the last challenges have been anywhere between 64 to 100, but you can expect everyone to come out for the new meta. Okay, getting the last stragglers in at the moment as the lag catches up. Okay, and we are against Damon X Win, not a name I recognise. Tell our opponent to have fun. Hey DeMarcus. Glad to see you come down. Remember you did like this deck last time. I'm going to play 1 cycler, some remands. Yeah. Let's see how we go with this. Yes. And unfortunately I'm the only one streaming it today as well, because Master Horus has decided not to. I think he's busy today, so we've only got 1 person representing the fold. Damn shame. Okay. So let's see what the opponent's got to offer. Is this the mirror? No, it's blue-red prowess. Thought for a second, had my hopes up. Mirrors are fascinating, particularly in with this deck as opposed to the Jund Living End. So we've got Remand, so hopefully we can deal with any big flyers that come down. If they get Manamorphose into the, I can't remember the name of the card. The 3 and 2 blue, 3/3 flyer with prowess that lets them scry to. Obnoxious card. But we've got plenty of answers for any shenanigans. That's it, Stormwing Entity. Well done. That's the one. Sprite Dragon. Not interested in that. We're going to get a island. As if we don't find another land, then we'll still be holding up Remand or Brazen Borrow next turn. To play the tempo plan. Taking 1 on turn 2, it's not too bad from prowess. Make sure they have a slow start because we've got the inevitability against them. Bit punished but for not fetching a Steam Vents, but we'd still probably be holding up Brazen Borrow or Remand regardless. Okay, we get to rinse and repeat. Send that back to hand as we attempt to find a red source or some more cyclers. Yep, no problem at all, opponent. Okay, look for that land. We do find it. So I've got plenty of options, but for the most part, I'm probably just going to start trying Brazen Borrowing. I don't really want to play out the As Foretold yet. I'd rather hold up Hardcast, Force Negation, Brazen Borrower. Although, making sure they have a maximum amount of creatures on the battlefield for us to cast as Living End into would be fantastic, but we have only got a Strike Riverwinder at the moment, which is a shame. Okay. 4 cards in hand for our opponent. See if they're going to try and get frisky. See, no Manamorphose is still very good. So we've got a Lightning Bolt for our opponent. Yep. Ooh. Brazen Borrow. Yeah, we'll let them have that. Go to 13. See if we can bait another one out. No, okay. Not to worry. We'll go to 12, go to 10 here. Cast the Electro Dominance, targeting them. We can hold up Force Negation if we need to. We can, on their next end step, start flashing in Brazen Borrowers to speed up the clock a little bit, so it's not just one Riverwinder trying to get there. So far, so good. 3 cards in hand from our opponent. Light up the stage. I'm going to counter that, pitching the As Foretold. So we've got a bit of a game against double burn spell in hand. To be able to hit them down to 13, hopefully flashing a Brazen Borrower on end step. Then we'll be swinging in for 8 the following turn, which means that plus, yeah, so 5, 13. Yeah, then one more attack, so we've got 3 turn clock regardless. Hopefully we don't have to start petty thefting anything, but if they play a Stormwing Entity, yeah, I've got no problem doing that. Wild slash us. Okay, you got it. Yep. Absolutely fine. So our opponent is going to scry 2 with the Stormwing. obligatory one top, one bottom. So I think they can race, but what we're going to do is on end step we're going to flash in the Brazen Borrower and then petty theft it on their turn. Sorry, on our turn, yeah. And if the worst comes to the worst, we can always Electro Dominance again. So now we've got two lethal attackers, we've got the Strike Riverwinder and Brazen Borrower plus Electro Dominance. We'll just cast that X's 2. Okay, fire out, looking for a spell at Stormwing Entity. They find it in Manamorphose. Not going to matter though, unfortunately for them. Okay. So they have 2 cards in hand. One of them, I'm assuming, is the one they topped. Could be allowed to go double Stormwing, that would be a pain, but wouldn't be the end of the world since they'd have to block. And they may just block the Riverwinder. Nope, just the one. Can deal with that. Okay, we won't show our hand to our opponent, we'll just attack for 8. They are forced to chump block the Riverwinder. Okay. So now the opponent's shown their hands, they're going for the bolt on the Brazen Borrower. It's a shame. So these two, yep, they die. No problem at all. So what we can do is on end step we can Electro Dominance them. We can put them down to 1, and then after that we can Living End just to recycle. Put in a Brazen Borrower, Strike Riverwinder. They'll have a Soulscar Mage and a Monastery Swisspit and a Sprite Dragon. The other option is we just let them attack. If they don't kill us, then we'll just flash in a Brazen Borrower. It looks like they are going to be putting us to 3. Okay, no problem at all. So we're going to flash in the Brazen Borrower, then untap and just kill them. Because they still don't know about this Electro Dominance in hand. And that is exactly lethal. Love to see it. Match 1, game 1 down against their deck. So, Anger of the Gods, fantastic, kills everything in their deck unless they want to start wasting removal spells. Dragon's Claw is a bit slow. I'm not a huge fan, but I do like getting rid of the street wraiths. Swan Song isn't fantastic, giving them a creature. Sorry, yeah, giving them a 2/2. Braid's pretty good. They're probably going to be bringing in Mystical Disputes or Spell Piercers, so I could see going something like this. Slim Division, bring in 2 Swan Song, 3 Anger of the Gods. Seems like a pretty solid configuration. Chalice is interesting, obviously they do have a critical mass of 1-drops. I don't think I want to bring in 8. I don't think I want to bring in 8 cards against them. I'll just dilute our plan quite heavily. Oh, I'll test it out. I'll bring in the Chalices over the Swan Songs. We're going to be putting it on 1 definitively, and then I'll take out probably 1 Force of Negation. How does that look? So this is a 2-drop. These hopefully are 1-drops, so I'll put you here. It still keeps the curve pretty fine. I'll go with that. Click submit. Opponent's choosing to go first correctly, and it's not fantastic. Could be quick, could be anything. Opponent's 1-6, we're on the draw. 2 cyclers, we can do it pretty painlessly. We're taking 3 off a mana base to get our colours. Going to 5. Ouch. Hopefully the opponent finds what they need at 5 and doesn't have to go to 4. You never really like to see that. That's all F6. Okay, shocking in. Very suspect. I'm assuming either going to be opting on the end step or holding up a spell pierce. But I would expect, yeah, probably spell pierce from them. Okay, Sprite Dragon, no problem at all. Just going to get an island now, don't want to start taking way too much damage. Okay, perfect, so wow, that was good. As we've got the Asphodel in hand, I'm just going to get another island. Hopefully untap on turn 3 play Asphodel, get rid of this Sprite Dragon. Be quite nice. Okay, that's a pretty good one from our opponent. It's going to cycle. It's going to get another island here. Cycle this Winkle Raven. Yeah, of course, give the Sprite Dragon flying already. Another Asphodel, not what you want to see. Let's do it again, see if we can find another, or find a force negation. Being able to picture that second Asphodel is quite nice. Nope, we don't. So, for our opponent, go Stormwing now, then go Lightning Bolt. I do think they've probably got that spell pierce in hand, which means we're going to 11 now. Untap, we're going to put us to 8. Oh, Spire Bluff, perfect. So let's see what the opponent's got. Assuming this gets countered, or they might want to counter the living end, but this is the correct one to counter if they've got it. There we go. Correctly identified that. So the opponent has got the spell pierce. We'll say no to that. Can't go Simeon anymore. But this does mean there's 1 card in hand. They can't kill us, barring some insane sequence. Okay. Cards in hand. Put us down to 3. We're now dead to bolt. So we do get to Strap Riverwinder first. We've got 2 mountains. Down to 18, we've got 4, 8, 12 power in the graveyard. If we cycle up to 17, not 18, so it's going to be a 2-turn clock regardless. I would quite like to hold up. We've got 2 islands in the deck. So we've got 2 islands in the deck, which we've currently fetched already. We can't... Yeah, sorry, apologies. Yes, I want to play around Lava Dart. They've got 2 mountains, so they could play it, flash it back. So I want to be able to cycle the Striped Riverwinder if I need to. Oh, if they've got it, they've got it. To be honest, might as well cycle now. Didn't matter. So we'll get the mountain playing as foretold, because we're dead 20 to any burn spell they've got. I just realised they get the counter off Sprite Dragon if they lava dart, so it wouldn't matter. No fear in the dojo, I like it. So, has our opponent found a way to kill us? Slow roll, assuming means no. Ooh. Okay, off the top, Electro Dominance. Remand, okay. Oh, bottom that. Brazen Borrower, not bad. Can't quite kill them. So this now means that we can stop them going... what's the card? Do I want to opt this? Do I want to remand this opt? No, probably not. If they try and light up the stage now, we can remand stop it. So they have Scry to the bottom with that. Paying costs, Swift Spear. Our opponent gives us the GGs. And we take down match 1. No fear in the dojo indeed. Ooh, always good to get out of the... to avoid the 0-1 bracket at the start of these challenges. So let's see. Pretty quick, top 30 matches. So who have we got in the challenge today? So we've got Aspiring Spike, who lost to Machiavellian. We have Doom Switch, who's currently 0-0, so that's probably some grindy Euro nonsense. Not Euro nonsense, Omnath nonsense. Electric Bob, great name. Fluffy Wolf, who lost as well. Not a good day for the streamers. Was their graveyard? Oh, hey Dan, how you getting on? Was their graveyard exiled? I saw 2 lava darts in that pile. No. No, they didn't cast any lava darts in game 2. In game 1 they did, but to my knowledge they didn't. Let's have a look. Let's go today. Yeah, I think there were... okay, so it's an active event, so we can't do that. That's a shame. But no, to my knowledge, they had cast 2 lightning bolts, 1 mutagenic growth, an opt, a sprite dragon, monastery swift spear. Yeah, I think they cast I think those are the 7 spells that they cast. So we did get to play around it, and we did get very lucky, which is what you got to get against prowess. So as promised, let's get some Geoguesser going. Has anyone got a preference on country, or is everyone... So we've got... Yeah, I don't think they would have missed lethal if they did, because there were definitely 2 bolts in hand. Sorry, 2 bolts in their graveyard as opposed to anything in hand. So anyone's got a preference, shout up. Got waiting for that to come through. Let's have a look. Finish having a look through. House of Manners currently 1-1. I play bad decks. That's pretty relatable. Canisters 1-1 as well. Thanks, Marcus. Let's have a look. Let's take you on a tour around the beautiful United Kingdom. Thanks, man. Thanks, Dan. There's a couple of sound issues with the first one, and in the Blue-Red Living End one, I threw the final game against Hammer Time because of my cat, and it was tragic. It was, you can see here, I've got a little worktop on the side. What happened was he came over my shoulder and bit my ear as I was trying to navigate blocks. Paid attention to him, just clicked through it. It was bad, but probably for the best I wasn't streaming. That one would definitely have got clipped. Okay. So it's an industrial estate somewhere. It's like it's quite a modern one. So, no street signs. There's one over there. At the entrance to a business park. So we'll see if we can take a trip around. Very nice canal. Okay, there's Connacht Medical Companies there. It doesn't look like there's any identifying stuff yet. It's quite modern. It could be somewhere like Milton Keynes. They built a load of different industrial centres and things like that over the years, particularly recently. But this could be anywhere in England. It's probably not Wales, given the new style of traffic light. API Technologies. Mill Square, right, okay. There's still no clue where we are. Featherstone. Featherstone, is that named after the place, or is that named is that just in reference to surname from we founded it, or is the company Featherstone House? Because Featherstone's near Northampton, I think. Right, let's get on a main road. Wolverton Mill. That is not one I recognise. I will also update the stream whilst I'm here. There we go. Currently 1-0, let's change that. Wolverton. Greenlays. Okay, so we're in the south somewhere. Not something you'll hear me say often. Oh, look at that. Northampton. Oh, and Milton Keynes. How good am I? Look at that. So we're somewhere in the Midlands. My neck of the woods. So we're somewhere here. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll bring up a better image. So this little guy here is basically Bertie, and one of my favourite creatures in Magic are Beebles. Love the little guys, always have done since I first saw them in, I think it was Unhinged. It was the first time I ever saw a Beeble. I always said if I ever did anything Magic related, then I'd adopt a Beeble as my personality. So I'd have him as my little mascot, and this is Bertie. Represents the daft side of things. Not take yourself too seriously, because how can you when you're a Beeble? That's really the short and simple of it, to be honest. Also, just kind of cute. Mrs. thinks they're quite amusing because she likes the fact they've always drawn with a little bum on them. Well, I am happy to please. So let me just... Here's a tip for you, Dan. If you ever come to England, never, and I mean never, go to Milton Keynes. It's an absolute nightmare to navigate. It's a city that they... It's a bit like a lot of the American ones, where this isn't a city that was developed. It was built specifically as a sort of like industrial hub or centre. Because it's smack bang in the middle of the country. Easy access about here. Easy access to London, into the southwest and whatnot. It's centred quite close to a lot of military bases as well. In fact, right there, Bletchley, that's where Bletchley Park, which is famous for where the Enigma code was broken, or was cracked rather. So they built Milton Keynes around it. The problem is it's also incredibly famous for having, and I think this is probably not an understatement, just a shit ton of roundabouts. Yeah, there's just thousands of the damn things. So probably around Hartwell. Good looking. You're atrocious at navigating. To be fair, nowadays you can get away with sat navs. You don't have to. You don't have to have maps and whatnot. As long as you can get home from wherever you are, you should be alright. Oh, there's Silverstone as well. But correctly identify that we're in this area roughly. And Bedford South, so that's not hard. Bedford's down here. Bedford. Oh, sorry, that Bedford. So we're probably. It's not be Wollaston, Sharnbrook. Let's have a look, see if we can get some better grips. Get a road name. That's a local. We've got Wolverton, which is here. Also, another thing about Milton Keynes, British road signs, as you can see here, usually have the road that you're on, maybe like the A38 or the A515 or even just Great Northern Road or something, a bit like here where it says Great Monk Street with the V5 on their signs. Milton Keynes doesn't have that. For whatever reason, when they were designing the city and doing the city planning, they just decided, no, bollocks to it, we're going to create our new sort of like traffic conventions and everyone will follow it. And they realised that no one could get around the city, so we just end up with this situation where anyone who goes to Milton Keynes, if they don't already know the place, then you can't get around, or just have to get lucky. And because of how many islands and just horrendous junctions there are around the place, yeah, I just no idea why. East Mill East. So we are around here. There was a canal where we started. It's probably around here. It's Old Wolverton. There's the River Ouse. There's the V6. So we're looking for the V5. Another thing that pissed me off about Milton Keynes, in Britain, the way that we distinguish our roads, we've got motorways, dual carriageways, A roads, B roads. So obviously, B road is anything that's not a major carriageway or major single carriageway, like this would here. This is probably be considered an A road. B roads, things like your country roads, dirt roads, just off the beaten track. A roads are main roads like this, that are sort of like running through the breadth of towns and cities and stuff like that. There can also be dual carriageways. They've got that dual classification. M roads, motorways, can't really go wrong. Dual carriageway is just a specific defining term for an A road or a motorway. Could be either. Milton Keynes decided to do away with that again and just decided to either go with V to distinguish it as a main road or not bother. I still don't know. My only logic is they've just been too close to Birmingham. But yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. Monk's Way. So we saw that connecting through. So here you can see, I was talking about where it's a B road. I have no idea what a H3 is. I try and actively avoid this whole area. The A treble 4. Sorry, the A4 double 2. So that's here. There's the canal. So I bet you we're here currently. This is a double island. It's a single island. See, no logic. B road, B road, B road, B road, B road, A road, A road. One of them is named, none of them aren't. The rest of them aren't. Any rhyme or reason? Probably not. Old Thor Road. Got Crawley. Right, A5 that way. 422 is there. So to be near to the. I've had enough of Milton Keynes. We've got Bedford that way. It's probably going to be this industrial estate here, Interchange Park. We started. We've gone up here. It started right next to the Great River, so we're probably on this one. We didn't see. We saw CLM. We didn't see First. Hey Ben, how we doing? We're gonna go with that. We're 9 kilometers. Oh, we're on the wrong industrial estate. Okay, play the next round. How you getting on, Ben? Playing some Geoguesser in lovely England or in the United Kingdom. I know how famously good with directions and locations you are, mate. If you want to jump in. Not bad, thank you. Not too bad. We're playing in Mon Challenge at the moment. Got probably about 20 minutes left. We won our first match, and hopefully going to go for a top 32, top 16, maybe even a top 8 today. How about yourself? I caught the tail end of your stream this morning, the Witcher one, just as you were telling the Baron and his wife to bugger off. So we are in the middle of nowhere. I was saying earlier about the different classification of roads. This would be considered a B road. Single track, off the beaten path. That's not a problem anymore. That's very true. Yeah, there's some pretty horrendous ends to that campaign. Or that storyline. About just before the end, when you get that side mission to investigate the noise under the hill where there's a spirit the crones send you to investigate. If you go down there and you help the spirit and sort of like free the children, then you get a pretty dark ending to that storyline. Okay, William H. Brown. I recognise that. I don't know where we are. Middle of nowhere. Where did we start? No defining features yet. No name on the farm. Great place to get lost. Same here. That's a very nice little side drive. It's quite nice. If it's anywhere down south, it's definitively out of our price range. Beck Row Common. Okay. Oh, that rules out 2 counties. So it can't be in Lincolnshire. for the reason that they got rid of the term common years ago in protest when they were in revolt. Well, it could be, looks like it could be Lincolnshire with the flat land, posh bugger with a plane on his farm. Oh, still no indications of where we are. Bloody hell. That's national speed limit. It's one of those ones where it's not a limit, it's more of a challenge. Imagine going down this road at night, 60 mile an hour. It'd be quite fun. Let's have a look at Terry in his van, having a pit stop. Still no identifiers whatsoever as to where we are. If I hadn't seen that sign, I probably would have thought somewhere in Lincolnshire, considering how flat the ground is. A couple of airfields, which is what they're known for. Flooding, flatlands, innumerable RAF bases. The English speaking be pronounced with a H. I suppose there's certain words that it makes a lot more sense. Like if you compare the way that the Americans in particular say herbs, it's got a H in it, it's followed by a vowel, so it's a flowing sort of sound, herbs, as opposed to, well, the Americans, they call it herbs. And completely the only people in the world who decide to have a silent H for whatever reason. It's where you're from in Canada, Dan, is it more of a soft or hard H if you were to pronounce like herd or anything like that? Herd, herb, highway, something like that? Or would it be more sort of like somewhere up north, or if you're going to something like Manchester, it'd be like highway, and you just completely drop it, but you put a little apostrophe at the front. That's something that the area where myself and Ben are from, they tend to drop T's, going to shop and things like that. Never be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. Unless you've got a Brummie accent, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Those guys, that one's bad. Specifically, Dudley. You start to speak like this, and you're pronouncing things like this, and you start to roll different accents and vowels and pronunciations. That's when you know you've got a problem. Undley, Lakenheath and Beckrow. I have no idea where I am. Although that stonework looks like it's from mining areas, so it could be Yorkshire. Well, it's pretty flat to be Yorkshire. Could also be Cornwall though. It's not limestone. Although the red brick's probably not Yorkshire. Let's see how we're doing. 2 games left. So we've got Spike who lost. See how Canister managed to do in the end. He lost. Yamakiller lost as well. So did my favourite username in Magic, Underwater Bimbo. It's fantastic. It's me every time. Yendrick won. So, Respect the Cat lost. I've already got someone dropping. I mean, after you've played Sven Svita Sven, I could understand why you don't want to play more Magic in the day. Probably abusing them in the comments section. 2 more drops at 0-1. Yep, no Master Horus unfortunately. Lord of Puntlantis, he won. House of Mana, that's a good win for him. Hybing, he's probably playing the 4-colour Living End deck. Let's see if I can find that list, because I played against it in one of the previous challenges. Hybing. Here we go. So this is what he was playing. As foretold, Ardent Plea, Violent Outburst, Holding the Force Negation, and just a complete pile of different cyclers. No idea how this worked, but it keeps putting up results with it, so what the hell do I know? Gemstone Caverns is quite an interesting addition as well. Very macabre for the mirror, was tagging Euros as well. I've never liked Leyline in Living End decks either, but so he's obviously doing something a lot better than I did, because this was the challenge where I was playing Stoneblade and he beat me in round 6. Snuck in the 5-2 just ahead of me. I respect to the guy. It's a good deck. Or good pilot playing a deck anyway. So about a couple of minutes. These 2 games that are left, 1-1 and game 2 on this one. And we're still somewhere in the middle of nowhere. A lot of old homes on the outside. Yeah, we've got the same problem in the UK, where what you've got here, where you see the different styles on each plot. This will have been a village where they would have been just selling plots of lands. People had built it years ago. Probably a couple of them. That one there is very typically 70s build. That one's been made to look old, but it's got modern bricking. You can tell with the vertical brick alignment, as opposed to having a lintel or just a flat unified piece of like limestone or something across. So it's been made to look older than it actually is. Here as well, the pebble dashing on the front fascia, that's very 50s. So I imagine this will be one of the villages post-war, that they sold plots of land and just let people build whatever they want. You don't really get that nowadays. Nowadays they like to put up big new estates, 400, 500, 600 houses, where they just copy and paste them. They'll have like 5 designs, maybe a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, a 4-bedroom, then they'll just sort of erratically place them around. They're also quite poorly built. Yeah, again, that's very 60s. I'm not sure where about. Yeah, fugly is the right word. I'm not sure whereabouts in Canada you're from, Dan, but hopefully it's not Vancouver in that area, because aren't those guys in the middle of a huge housing crisis? I was talking to someone the other day, and they said that their rent in the middle of Vancouver was $3,500 Canadian dollars every 2 weeks. I was like, Christ. I think that's, I'm not quite sure how much that is in British pounds, so. Wow, that's $4,000 a month. That's London pricing right there. Oh, in Southern Ontario. Nice. We have dreams of going to Canada ourselves, Vancouver and that area. It's not just Vancouver, Toronto. I don't know why I said Vancouver on the mind. So I mentioned it then, but Aspel Lane. I know of Aspen, but I don't know Aspel. Okay. Transition there as we get to see before and after. Very pretty. Still have no idea where we are. Oh, awesome. Did you is it move away for work, or just change of scenery, or did life just carry you across? It's did stay in state, which is always good. Rose and Crown, so that narrows it down to, again, any pretty much 20% of pubs in the country. Although Rose does make me think Yorkshire again. Yorkshire, Lancashire, obviously they're the ones with the famous rose connotation, going back to the War of the Roses. White and red. Just happy to be wearing a red pin now. Let's just keep going until we find somewhere. No, still nowhere. Still no signs. Still in the middle of a village somewhere. No main roads. Not even a sign or a county flag. Right. You usually have. No, they've not even gone. You see a Londis sign. It's sort of like a chain of corner shops. They usually have, for example, I don't know, like Nottingham, I don't know, like Village, whatever Londis village shops. So it'd be like Brentworth Londis, whatnot. But they've not even bothered with that one. A Japanese osprey that does Chinese food. Interesting. That makes a lot of sense. It's the same everywhere. The cost of living in cities is astronomical. At times, anyway. Oh, so it looks like we're ready for our second match. Let's have a look. We're against Bench Summer. Again, not a name I recognise, but our opponent, good luck, have fun. If we keep, this is probably not. It's probably a mulligan, to be honest. No interaction, 2 living ends and 1 cycler. Opponent. I'm on 6. The opponent has not decided yet. Quite like this hand. 2 lands, so if I can. I can bottom a As Foretold, Crashing Footfalls, so living end into Crashing Footfalls, wipe the board if we need to. Just waiting on our opponent now. I'm probably going to keep this. Waker of the Dead. And if our opponent's potentially not back from the first match. They weren't one of the 4s that we were waiting on. Yes, it says Bench Summer. Not, but yeah. Is that the one you recognise, Dan? Yeah, so we are still waiting on our opponent, but not much that can be done. Also, if they're a shadow deck, then this hand is probably bad. So I'm not gonna, still gonna keep. I'd rather not go to 5 against a discard deck, but this is not the best shadow hand. Yep, so they've kept 7. Ditching As Foretold. Play a Spy Bluff, and see what's in store. Street Wraith could be good if they're Grixis or Jund. Play, yep, so they are Shadow. Well, can't take that, so I've got to take one of these. Really hope then. I really hope they're 4-colour and not Grixis. Grixis Shadow is quite a difficult matchup. Do get to bring in Chalice of the Voids though. That's nice. And Swan Song is going to be very good here. So they've chosen to take Living End. Interesting. So we'll see if we'll cycle Street Wraith, see if we can get one. Nope. It probably means that they've got. Well, is they've probably got another discard spell or a counter. So with that in mind, play the Fiery Islet, hold up the Riverwinder cycle, and see where we go from there. If we do manage to fade a discard spell, or no, it's probably a stubborn denial then in that instance, holding up this mana. Could this be the first time I actually cast a Slundy Vision? Unfortunately not. Nope. We'll say go to our opponent. Okay, so they're either Sultai or 4-colour. Drown in the Loch, that's probably Sultai then. I'm not going to pitch. I don't think there's anything that I'd want to pitch and ask for told to counter. Interesting. So 7 cards in hand, 1, 2, 3, 5 in the graveyard. Not quite on. Oh, so they could go Magangler. Probably go with a Tarmogoyf, Scourge. Yep, that's fine with me. Holding up Stubborn Denial. Ideally like to draw a land. Wrong land. Raising my mic volume. Yeah, no problem at all, Ben. I'll bring it a bit closer. Is that better for you? I'm going to play around Stubborn Denial. They could probably turn that Skyclave into... Well, they will definitely be turning it into a 4/4. Ah, perfect. Thanks, Ben. So when they attack us, that will go to... It will go down to 16. It will become a 4/4, but there's not much we can do to play around it in that regard. Gives us the option next turn to draw Electro Dominance, and we can do it on their turn, holding up the Force Negation. Okay. The opponent knows about these 3. They don't know about the Force yet. That's right. Yeah. Obviously they don't know about the second Footfalls. And they targeted themselves with the Bauble. It's annoying. It's very, very annoying. But yeah, I think we've got to. I think we've just got to go for it. And they are 4-colour, which means more Goyfs. Probably no go Magangler, so that's nice. Means that at least they don't have a creature that's got enough power and toughness on base to outclass ours. Granted, the Shadows and Scourges do naturally, but... Okay, opponent's thinking. Wondering if we're representing a Spell Pierce. Swan Songs are in the side. Oh, we're bringing the Chalices, definitively. I'm not going to bring in the Anger of the Gods, Tormods, no, probably just Chalices. Maybe 1 or 2 Swan Songs. Yeah, so correctly identified they had the Stubborn Denial last turn. We'll have to hold up the Force Negation for a Team of Battle Rage. So that would put us to... They managed to find a way to get us to lose life. They'll have to turn it into... Well, we'll see. But if they Team of Battle Rage here, they'll put us to 4, 12 and then 8. So it puts to 4, but it looks like it's just going to be 12. Making an 8/8, which is lethal next turn. Ideal draw here would be probably Electro Dominance. It's pretty much the only one that gets us out of this situation. That doesn't. 37, 40. So next turn they can make that be. If we crack this and we go to 11, that'll become a 9-9. The rhinos won't be able to block it, but we'll be able to make. I think we've got to. So I'm going to get an island here. Crack the fire outlet, try and draw the electro dominance. Or an as foretold. That would be quite nice. Won't be able to hold it up on. Wouldn't be able to hold up the force negation on their turn though, which is a shame. Interesting. Yep. So they're making it 9-9. Damn shame. So it looks like if they've got TBR, we'll have to counter it. They've only got one red source, so we'll remand as opposed to force negation, because we're dead regardless. They don't know about either of these, they only know about one crashing footfalls now. They've got the ability to get red again now though. They usually play a blood crypt and a steam vents. See what we draw. I don't think it matters. Got the thought seas to clear the way. I'm not going to show them the rest of our hand. So I'll go to game 2. So I'm bringing the chalices. Street race weirdly good against them, the swamp warp being relevant. Who knew? Cutting Slundy Vision again. Remand. So I've got a critical mass of 1-drops. And remanding a Thought Cease isn't fantastic value. Actively helps them most of the time. A Braid doesn't kill, or very rarely kills any of their creatures. I'm not going to be destroying a Mishra's Bauble. Swan Song does counter TBR, Thought Cease pretty well. A lot of their stuff. So fights a Stubborn Denial very well. Much better than Force Negation or Remand. We are bringing in Chalice, but it might just be worth bringing in a couple over a Remand or two. Means we would lack creature interaction, so apart from the Brazen Borrowers, I'll keep in 1 Remand. So we'll go down to 6 counter spells, 2 1-drops, yeah, 2 Swan Songs, countering instant sorceries. Remand just to catch all, force negation to stop any TBR nonsense or protect us going off on their turn. The life loss could be relevant. Keep the 2, yeah, I'll keep 2 remands. Go with that, keep it simple. Wait for our opponent. Still bugging me where we could be in that Geoguesser. So I'm assuming we're not in Turkey, in Anatolia. 01638. Sure that's Bedford. I'm not sure if it's Bedford. Yappies. That's a great name for a dog groomers. Oh, finally a main road. Main road leads exclusively to a new estate. Aspel Park. That was around that Wilden Hall Adventure Park. Okay, opponents come back. We'll take the play. It's very hard to mulligan this hand. Got a Force for a Thoughtseize, 2 Cyclers and a Chalice. We'll find any land now that we've taken out the tap land in the Slundy Vision. It should be golden. Yep, Street Wraith. So we'll see Are they going to lead on Thoughtseize or Inquisition? I very much doubt that he kept a hand without it, but I've been wrong before. So I'm going to lead on the Windcaller. Oh, no land. Still no land. Still no land. Oh, lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it and the sequencing of it. Would have preferred that 3 draws earlier. Oh, now holding up Swansong and Force Negation, which is nice. And we've already got 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 power in the graveyard. Find an Electro Dominance. Should be good. Oh, that's interesting. I'm just not sure how, maybe our opponent isn't as familiar with our deck as we are with theirs in that regard, because there's not really a lot we're going to be doing on the end step or whatnot. We're going to be cycling, we'll be setting up, and very rarely do we go for a turn 2 Electro Dominance unless we're just putting in some Rhinos, but even then, against their deck it's not good enough. They play pushes, also, and the 4 colour, even the Goyfs outclass it pretty quickly. It's already a 2-3. Maybe we can exploit our inner knowledge of Mike's game plans to our advantage. Certainly happy to see them passing at the moment, as we fall short on lands. 1, 2, 3. I will. There we go. I can hold up a hardcast now in case we need to. Hardcast Force Negation, that is. We can also double cycle and Swansong. We're hurting ourselves quite a bit, but them not having Bolt is quite major. The reason that I didn't play out the Chalice and try and protect it with the Swansong is because I'm looking to try and find an Asphodel or Electro Dominance and get the double cycle going. Trying to prioritise our game plan as opposed to sort of like reacting to them. Particularly whilst they haven't got any threats on board and this living end isn't great. You know, still good, but it's not as good as it could be. You know, if we're taking one of their very few threats off the board, then it's much better than just trying to sneak in 11 power. Okay. Cycle 1. Found a land. So I will. So now that puts in 15 power, which will be lethal. So I think the other Avon is superfluous to needs. They'd have to have double Stubborn Denial here. Even then it wouldn't be good enough. Okay. We're going to play Scalding Tarn. We're going to get an island first so we don't get caught out. Attempt the Chalice. Can protect it from most things. Again, they'd have to have 2 hard counters. Delay wouldn't do it. Yep. Perfect, and that's why I bought in Swansong. That is an exceptionally pretty bird token. Look at that. It's got the runes across his eyes, down the neck, onto the wings. I appreciate a lot of the new art from Kaldheim. So this shuts down all of the threats bar Goyf, Scourge, and Gurmag if they're playing it. Not sure what the specific ins and outs of the 4-color decks are threat-wise now. Probably should be, considering I've just watched Mirabito play a league 2 days ago with it, but I'll have to consult my notes. The opponent would get back a Street Wraith, which, fine, but just keep trading and then getting it in the air. Okay, so the correctly identifying playing the Death Shadows into the Chalice is probably their best line of victory, or line to victory at the moment. But we're still not finding anything, so I'm going to get an island again. And I'm going to crack the islet. Nope, still not it. There's no point, we've already made a land drop, so there's no point playing another Riverwinder, also recycling another Riverwinder, in case they've got some non-1CMC graveyard hate. At the moment this bird may may take us down. It's currently a 5-turn clock after this. Wouldn't be the first time I've lost to a bird token off a swan song. True. Wow. Perhaps I should just run one breeding pool so I can suspend the footfalls. But yeah. They're gone are the days when Jund runs Beast Within. I've registered it in Ponza before in sideboards. Back when Titan Shift was everywhere and they were playing the Through the Breach Titan. It was the only real answer we had to Primeval Titan and the one with Persist that exiles are permanent. It was at the time anyway in Ponza. It was the GP before Kaladesh, I think. Yeah, Steam Vents taps. Any spell. Oh, that answers the bird token. We can flash in the Brazen Bar if we need to. Petty Theft, a problematic permanent. Not sure if they're going to be playing Jace or anything of the like. Being able to hold up such relevant interaction around your own chalice is one of the major points of this deck, particularly in a heavy burn and prowess meta. I'll take the 2, go to 5 before I petty theft it on end step. See if the opponent has anything to do. Okay, we seeing a Jace. Are we seeing? I'm trying to think what else they could have. They're probably holding up another Drown in the Lock. To the point where they might let this Brazen Borrower resolve if so. But probably not. Having gone 23 cards deep and not seen a single As Foretold or Electro Dominance is some pretty bad luck. But it's the nature of variance. It happens. Is the opponent casting spells and then cancelling. I'm wondering what could be such a decision. Probably, I don't know if they play Jace, but let's try and get this off the board. They can Drown in the Lock regardless. It's counter target spell. Probably worth it. 3 is quite low. Okay, the opponent's considering whether they want to or not. I think they probably should do, unless they're concerned that we're trying to lead the way. Clear the way with a bait spell, and then untap and play As Foretold. I'm not sure if they're worried about that. Okay, let's Snapcaster for Drown in the Lock. Okay. You have got it, opponent. No problem. Not much we can do about that, unfortunately. This is now a 2-turn clock. Well, let's see if they've got it. Play around Stubborn Denial now. As they brought in What, 1 mana? Can't spell Pierce. Ah, bugger. Yep. Of course, forgot about Mystical Dispute. How could you? How could you forget about Mystical Dispute? Looks like they're trying to dig to find maybe TBR, a direct burn spell, Grizzly Salvage. That's spicy. I know, Dan, Savage. Horrendously punished. But that's what we get for cracking fiery islets when we're flooding, eh? So they have revealed off this Grizzly Salvage. Dismember, Gomag, Polluted Delta, another Stubborn Denial, and Thoughtseize. So they can't cast Stubborn Denial or Thoughtseize, so they're dead cards. Dismember, put them quite low, be dead to quite a lot of things then. Gomag's probably got to be the take, right? No, they decided to take Polluted Delta. So it looks like they've probably got a Team of Battle Rage in their hand, which means, yep, GG's to our opponent. Okay. I did say we die to this bird. But Advantage Death Shadow, usually at least it is quick. So, good to play some more Geoguesser, I get to get a cup of tea. Got 32 matches left, so I'll update the stream and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hello and welcome back. So, bit of a bad one against Shadow, took some hard beats, but we're going to try and pick up some Geoguesser again whilst we wait for the next round to start. So let's get this filling the screen. Okay, so where are we? So Aspel. Oh yeah, it's from the main road, middle of nowhere. So we've got a petrol station. Let's see if we can get a town or... oh, it's a dealership. I still think that's Bedford. Mildenhall. I don't know where that is. It's not got a county. Mildenhall. That is... oh, that's a shame. Oh, my mum used to have that version of Corsa. I got the nice XJ, oh sorry, the XJ Jag. Lovely colour. Same one that Frost had in the later series. King's Head, so that's the other 20% of pubs in the UK. And could be anywhere, like the Rose and Crown, King's Head, Nag's Head, Queen's Head. What's the other one? Rose and Thorn, Buckle. Usual pub names. Could be absolutely anywhere. So, got a local sign, Beck Row still. No clue. Though we have progressed slightly in terms of the houses. We're looking at more the council-built post-war ones here. Still not particularly built up. And still all post-war, so it's probably the south. Yeah, more of that faux cobble or pebblestone style effect, but without the lintel, so it's the modern build, and you can see the extension there. Okay, so we're getting into a bit more civilization now. St. John's, hey, there we go, what we got, so... the cross, I'm sure that's Bedford, so it's twinned with an American town. Or... still strange to see no county flags anywhere. Well, we've got an airport here. Is it RAF or MOD, and have I been to it? So, RAF Middenhall, so it is almost assuredly around here then. It's Middenhall. Yep. Let's change that audio a little bit, that's better. So we're looking at RAF bases with a Mott and Bailey. Interesting. Mott and Bailey Castle style on there. I'm not sure how modern that airbase must be then. But still not a single county flag up next to an RAF base. Very strange. Very, very strange. Not even a division. It's not seen like the Mercian or anything like that. Busy Bees Nursery. Mildenhall. Again, normally in these RAF bases, particularly one that's you've got your full troop carriers and cargo carrying planes here. There must be a major one. To have no regiment nor county flags, not even a Union flag, it's very unusual. Now, if you go to somewhere like RAF Northolt or any of the army barracks, then you'll see that. Catterick up in Newcastle, that's one you'll definitely see. They've got pretty much every flag. They've still got the old Commonwealth flag flying for whatever reason. That's a signal flag, that's not helpful. I just don't know where Mildenhall is. let's check in on the challenge. We've got 5 games left. As we're currently 1-1, having beaten Blue Red Prowess and lost to 4 Colour Shadow. So Spike's brought it back, is 1-1. Doom switch to 0-2 now. Good to see the Omnath deck struggling. Got a Living End pilot here with the 4 colour whatever version with Hybing, doing quite well still. House of Manners got to 1-1. Canister's drawn 1 back. Yamakiller is now 0-2 thanks to that loss. Sven lost to Lord of Puntlantis. Okay. And we're still trying to find an RAF base in the middle of nowhere. With no flags and no indication. Right, Bury St Edmunds, so we are in the southeast. We're down here. Bury St Edmunds is here. Which means that there's Beck Row. So Middenhall is here. So where's the RAF base in Middenhall? There's a golf course. Nature Reserve. Not all of them are marked for obvious reasons. Middenhall Town Football Club. But that's a sterling one to watch. There's the Aspel Nature Reserve. So we came through here. So we must have been near Kenny Hill. There's Leckenheath. If Leckenheath is there, that means that Mildenhall must be around here. The airbase, that is, as opposed to the village. Prick Willow. That's fantastic. Curiously, Bury St Edmunds is where my stepbrother lives. There's West Row. Either way, so I think we came from around Kenny Hill. Definitely weren't next to Apes Hall. I definitely remember that. I think we were here. I think we were around here, or on this side. So I'm going to go with there. Oh, that's close. That's not bad. I'll take 4k, considering that we were in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Okay, we're on a dual carriageway somewhere. Let's check on the 2 left. Okay, we've got a service station there, so let's have a look. Okay, well there's your big giveaway. We've got to follow that up. So we're probably either in Wales or the Welsh border. So I'm assuming where it's Errol. I'm sure Errol's around here. Inch Michael. I'm sure he can give more than that. Tayside Upcycling and Craft Centre. Must admit it's the first time I've seen that attached to a petrol station before. Perthshire, so we're up. Yeah, we're in Scotland. So we're near Aberdeen. I know that area very well. That's where my ex was from here, Aviemore. So we're between... So we're on the A90, which would be... So we could travelling north or south, that's the indication. Are we travelling up to these places or down? So... Come off here at the A90. No. Let's get a little bit closer. So we're in England here, we've got the border. We're looking up the east coast. Still no indications travelling north to Dundee. Here we go. So here's the A90 continuing off. So if you would want to come off for Forfar, Aberdeen and Dundee, you must be travelling down, I'd assume. So where does the A90 lead? So here we go. So there's Forfar. I'm looking for Inchmichael. There's Errol. So the Errol junction's here. And right, which is here. So we're probably, that bridge is probably here. And if we can see, there's the Glennock Garden Centre. So which side have we come from? Sorry Dan, I missed your message. Yes, good spot. Errol was down here. So if we've come up, so if you're carrying on north to Dundee, on that, according to that sign, then we were probably around here. So let's have a look where. Well, there was a garden. Was there a garden centre attached? West Town. Oh, doesn't look to be a garden centre around here. It's the garage. So we're probably not. So we didn't see a nursery, as in probably an arbory, as opposed to a little kids one. We didn't see a Drums of Aglaith cottage or a lodge. There's the Shell garage, which is here. So we came. What do we reckon that is? What, 400 meters? Yeah. So we're still no sign of the lodge. There's a sign there. I'm gonna go with a tentative here. Cock tease. Look at that. That's just rude. It's like an advert before the game show progresses. Like, and after an ad break, here is the result. 194 meters. It's pretty good. It's pretty good if I do so myself. So I'll check in. Oh, still 2 games to play. Probably got enough time to get lost before the next round. Sure, we've just been here. Thank you very much. I'd like to think so. That's suspicious. You don't want to break down and pull up outside those gates. We've got some signs of civilization over here, so we'll head this way. Fortunately, you will find a lot of the British countryside, well, fortunately I suppose is the correct way of putting it, does look a lot like this. So, Cannywarden, Wallasey, Creeksea, and Southend. It's probably. I could never remember where Southend is. Creeksea. Oh, you've got a marina symbol that way. So we'll head that way. Back from where we came. That should give us a pretty good identifying mark. They usually have geographical marker points outside of marinas, even if it's just one situated on canals. I mean, if we're near Southend, they're probably near the sea. Let's see if we find this marina. Oh, off-road centre, not helpful. Hunting for a marina near Southend, it looks like it's over there. Probably over there. Hart, they're an estate agency. I thought were based in the Midlands, but no, that's... What on earth is this? Oh, it's this marina. Let's double check again. So it's ticked over into extra time. Probably 2 or 3 minutes left on their matches. Alright, there we go. Essex Marina. So we're in Essex. There's Southend. There's Rockford, as we saw earlier. Billericay, Tollesbury, Mersey Island, so there's Walton, so probably down here at the end of the Thames. There's Romford, so if we go back to where we were, head back into that village. And we were at the junction, Rochford, which is Southend on Sea, as opposed to Southend. I'm sure that's the same place, well, I could be wrong. Maybe a different Southend, but don't think so. Another one, Dan. Avoid Essex. I'm sure you've seen Jersey Shore and that lot. Well, we've got an equivalent called The Only Way is Essex, and it's just as bad, if not worse. For Rochford. Well, I suppose we'll just head towards Southend. If you well, you know what, I'll here's the level of people that you're dealing with. It's a pretty garish one, to be honest. Heading off into the country in search of Southend. We're the only people to say that. It's quite lovely, this area, and this part of the southeast is really, really nice. Lots of quintessential British villages and areas like this. So we are in Essex, Wallasey and Burnham. It's definitely around here. Could be any of these estuaries that lead off the Thames. Bromley, Croydon, sort of getting into Greater London here. Isle of Sheppey. Rockford, Wallasey. Rochford? No, it doesn't seem to be around here. I would have thought it would have been sort of like by the Blackwater, by the Thames. It doesn't seem... I don't recognise Creeksea. Burnham. I don't know where Burnham is either. Right, still 2 matches left on this. Marina's that way. Shepherd and dog, equally helpful. That's Norfolk. Essex is down here. We've got Kent here. Was it around where we're looking down? We're looking here around Norfolk, or we're looking down the Suffolk coast. So I think we're in Essex, which is here. Which is here. Oh, well spotted. Well spotted, that man. Okay, perfect. Good eye. Very, very good eye. Okay, so the places, there's... I'm not going to pronounce that. Kingdon would be my first guess, which was there. So we're between Kingdon and... How we ended up there. So... I have lost... There, so there's Rochford. There's Kingdon. Wallasey. Between these two somewhere. Rockford. I was putting that down as a reference point. Fisheries. We're on Creeksea Cliff Road. Oh, Creeksea Ferry Road. That shouldn't be too hard to find, I wouldn't have thought. There we are. Creeksea Ferry Road. So we're at the junction between that and Paglesham Road, which got to be one of these. Okay. So that's where the marina is. So if we followed it, just follow Creeksea Ferry Road. Let's try that again. Up this direction, we'd hit the marina. I have to remember that, so I'll put a note there. And we'll start match 3. So good luck, have fun to our opponent. Remember that one, Dan. As we are definitely keeping this. Got the play. We're going to go turn 2 rhinos, potentially turn 2 living end into rhinos, the crashing footfalls. Feeling quite optimistic about this hand. Just east of the marker, slightly north. Ah, yep, there you go. You're a star, Dan, thank you. Still waiting for our opponent, so we'll get a cheeky couple of extra goes in. So that's there. Of course he comes back. How rude. Do you not know we're busy, opponent? So the problem with this hand is at the moment we haven't got much interaction, and looks like it's going to be quite a good one against Burn. Very rarely find myself fetching a mountain, but I probably will this instance. Definitely will. So what we'll do is we'll let them have their fun with the Swiss Spear. Hopefully they'll just play a Goblin Guide and say go. It could still be Prowess, but for the most part, okay, looks like we are either Burn or, yeah, definitely Burn. I'll pop these out. Means we probably don't have to worry about losing these rhinos, so that's fine. Out of just good habit, we'll target ourselves. Say yes to this, put in 8 power on turn 2. So we'll double block just in case they have a way to cast 2 spells. But for the most part, so we'll be losing 1. We won't be losing any rhinos as opposed to taking what would be a considerable amount of damage as they suspend a Rift Bolt. I'd quite like to draw a remand here. Or not. So we'll get a Asphodel into play. There are an effective 11. I've got 4 cards in hand. Probably would have played a Prowess creature if they had it last turn, so I'm going to get a bit aggressive and hope that we can fade a turn 4 kill or draw Force of Negation. A remand would be okay. Eidolon would be horrendous now, but this is why I bought in these Swan Songs. Okay, and they are Boros Burn as opposed to Mono Red. So they've got Rift Bolt, we're an effective 8. Can't remand. Okay. I will cycle now just in case they are. Nope. Yep, and a Helix targeting them, so we'll cycle the Windcaller and we'll Force Negation. May have just lost us the game. If I'd have played that Scalding Tarn, so if they've got 2 burn spells in hand, then we are dead. Which it looks like they do. That was my fault, that was a complete punt on my end. What was the next card? Definitely didn't want that. So gonna bring in Chalice, Swan Song. I don't like Remand. I don't like Street Wraith. And I'm probably gonna bring in a Dragon's Claw. True. I mean, the quicker this is over, the quicker we lose, the faster we get to explore Essex and the southeast of England. So, you know, pros and cons. Again, Slum Division I don't like. The advantage as well of being so streamlined in terms of almost base mono blue and not is here with your Ceradons and things is that you can be quite aggressive in cutting blue spells like we have, because it doesn't really matter. We brought in 5 artifacts, yet the value of Force of Negation hasn't really been diminished that much. Still very relevant. So we've only got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 cards that can't be pitched to it, whereas the rest of the deck can. Game 2 we are usually favoured in this matchup. Because of hands like this. Just need to find 1 land, we've got cards to pitch. Could still go wrong, but we haven't had a shortage of lands this tournament, so I suppose now is the time to have that. Opponent goes to 6. Okay. Fire out from our opponent. I'm assuming that means that they've got an Eidolon, because I'm not sure why else they would keep a hand that doesn't have a turn 1 play, unless they've just got the all spells hand. That's also an option. Looks like they have. That is one of the better draws. That is also a very good draw. Means we can get rid of an Eidolon if we have to without... Yeah, well, without having to deal with their nonsense and take 2 damage, 4 damage to do so. I will definitely cycle Curator and hold up Swan Song as much as possible. They're going to have to take a lot of damage to do what they want to do. If they're on the all spells hand, this lines up pretty well. So I would prefer to cast Living End as opposed to... Nope, no thank you. And that's exactly why we bought this in. That's exactly why I'm playing Swan Song, which does look very, very strange on paper, but sometimes that's a good thing. So with 9 power in the graveyard, yeah, okay. I'm also wanting to hold up a Force of Negation, that's why I'm not cycling the Striped Riverwinder. They do get back the Living End, sorry, the not Living End, with the Living End they do get back their Eidolon, but I'm hoping to get them locked under it first. If we can get away with it next turn, we should be able to, on their end step, put in 8 power and kill them. That would be nice. Yep, opponent's seen enough. They would have been able to go land cycle, electro dominance. It would have been a pretty good sequence. Swan Song's excellent there. I'm not sure on the draw how good these Dragon's Claws are going to be, and whether it would just be better to have some remans for the Eidolon. I'm gonna bring up Remand back in. So they could get us pretty low before we get a Dragon's Claw down. 3 spells. I think it's still worth it. Yeah, we'll run it back. Our opponent does the same. Another Pretty respectable hand. It's an almost painless mana base, which is quite nice in that regard. I would quite like one of those living ends to be a counterspell of some description. Remand would be nice. Force Negation would be better, but I can't get it all. I'm hoping they kept a very creature-heavy hand as we reveal a Dragon's Claw off the top. Excellent. So there's twofold things here that's good about that. The first is that the opponent now knows that they have to try and get their creatures and spells down as quick as possible. If they've kept a creature-heavy hand, they'll be incentivized to go Goblin Guide, which plays perfectly into our early living end. It's exactly what's happening. So, next turn, cycle a Riverwinder. Ooh, we get a Chalice. So, they have played out a lot of their 1-drops. We've got the issue of having too many options here. Dragon's Claw, if they cast one spell, it gains obviously 1 life. They'd say they Lightning Bolt, that's 6, so that's 4 damage, then that would be 7, 10, 12 damage. So it's probably not the best one. Chalice stops that, so if they Lightning Helix, yeah, that's a good line. I like that line, Dan. Very much like that line. I was debating on the merits of Chalice the Void, but I think we've got to Electro Dominance. You beat me. I was too busy waffling to go through the lines. That was a good one, but I do like that line. I'd just love to see another Goblin Guide. Okay, 3 spells in hand for our opponent. Lava Spike, yep, no problem at all. Okay. So we're going to see what the Goblin Guide gives us. It is another Chalice of the Void. So they know that that's coming, they don't know about the one in hand. Hopefully they don't just play an Eidolon now. So I'm going to... Yep, so they didn't play out any more 1-drops, knowing the Chalice is in hand, so I'm going to play a Dragon's Claw. Yeah. Probably right there, Dan. Next turn I'd quite like to put a Chalice on 2. So with that regard, I'm probably going to put the Chalice on 1 this turn, 2 next turn, which I won't be able to do. I'll have to go 2 and then 1. No, I put a Chalice on 1, but 2. I can't put a Chalice on 2 and then put it on 1. The other option is to go Dragon's Claw this turn, then put Chalice on 2, which isn't a bad option. Because we're effectively going to 9 if we want to cast Chalice on 2. The Dragon's Claw, if they have Skullcrack, Boros Charm, or Helix, it's a 2-turn clock regardless. I'm going to play the highest upside. Sorry, the most conservative line as opposed to the highest upside. That's a 1 shots off, what, 20, so Goblin Guide, Swiss Spear, Lava, 4, 8, 12, 16. Talking about 26 spells. I think it's probably better to go Chalice on 1, then Chalice on 2. And then just lock them out of the game. Apart from hard cast, what are the cards called? Riftbolt, hard cast Riftbolt, or the Spectacle one. So it looks like Boros Charm or Lightning Helix. Smashed to smithereens. Played like a fiddle. Well done, opponent. Okay. I'm not going to crack the Scalding Tarn. And I'm going to play the Dragon's Claw now and just hope that it's enough. Bolt and bolt again. Is that a bolt off the top? I think we're dead. It's a Swift Spear. Okay, so we'll choose to gain the life. Okay. Opponent says GG's. We'll say it back. And we'll get in 4-9. Okay, there we go. That is match 3 down. Playing some aggressive matchups at the moment. But, as always with Burn, it's nice and quick. I do feel exceptionally vindicated bringing in, changing the sideboard to put these 3 Swan songs in. Yes, absolutely, Dan. Not dead to a creature. It's always good to see. So, how's everyone else doing? Spike won his. Oh. Bill Ive, he's gone. A lot of people dropping. Electric Bob, he's 2-1, it's not bad. Fluffy Wolf 0-2 drop. GG's 1-1. Habing is 3-0 with 4-colour Living End, beating Max Magica, or Magica, I can never remember how to pronounce it. House of Manos 2-1. Canister 1-1 with 1 game up. Puntlantis 3-0. But, more importantly, where the hell in Essex are we? As you correctly pointed out, Paglesham Creek is there. So, and the ferry road is here. So there's Lambourne Hall Road. That sounds familiar. Paglesham Road's there. So, Paglesham Creek. Ah, there we go. So that's where the Shepherd and Dog is. So we're at this junction here. We came all the way from here, with the marina being that way. So we'll go back to the village. So now we're at Lambourne Hall Road, Creeksea Ferry Road. So if we follow ourselves back up here, that is this junction here. So I assume one of these cottages is, yep, Lambourne Mead Cottages, that's right, we are there. So now let's go back, so that's the first to the left, so we're now here. First camber to there. So that right chicane there. We are now here. Now from here, we were at the 4x4 club. Yeah, so it's 1 on the chicane on the straight. So after the camber on the straight. So we're about here. Oh, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Maybe 40 metres. Oh, so we were the next one. Oh no, sorry. Oh, we went too far, I see. So we're around the corner. So I was thinking that corner here was there. 300 meters, still not bad. Okay, so we are in a new build council estate. Okay. Following A drive. Okay. These signs here are always a dead giveaway because these are local authority, also known as council housing. Okay. Okay, so it's got to be moderately recent because you've got the combination of council housing with a new estate, both new builds. So it has to be pre-2006. 2006 they brought in some legislation where 10% of all new estates have to contain social housing. Of all new estates built, 10% of them had to have some kind of social housing in. So we're in Barmpton. I have no clue where that is. Yeah, this is all very 60s. These big curved bay windows at the front. Once upon a time, those were council houses before they got sold off by Miss Thatcher. Let's see, where are we? Okay, a couple of estate agents, see if we recognise any. Bridgefords and Wood. Bridgefords, I believe, Nottinghamshire. But they could have a greater jurisdiction than just that county. Beach Road. Could be anywhere. Clarendon Road. I think we might actually be in Nottinghamshire. That's where there's Clarendon in Nottinghamshire. It's where it does look very Midlands. That could be wrong. Find out now. Teesside, I was very wrong. We are in the northeast. We are up here. We got Teesside, Tyneside there. So, whereabouts near Newcastle and Middlesbrough are we? We're in Horton Scairn. So that's probably... You need to come with the South Ben. What, with Teesside? Bless you, mate. Yeah, we're around Whitby, Scarborough. So, if we're the Scairn, the Scairn River will be around here somewhere. One of these tributaries. There's the Tees, hence Teesside. So there's Skelton, so it'll be here-ish. See if we can get a road name. Town centre. Very helpful. Ah, they're you can tell you're in Middlesbrough because that's where the road sign should be. It looks like someone's nicked it. Okay. Right, let's go. Bugger it, I suppose let's go towards Teesside. It should be. Yeah, right. So we are currently 2-1. We lost to 4-colour Shadow and we just beat Burn. So we beat Blue Red Prowess and Burn, 4-colour Shadow, which is one of Mike's mates. Now we're currently playing Geoguesser. We've had one where we were about 4k away, 400 meters, 300 meters. So we're not doing too bad. Do love to see it. How good are you at finding towns in the northeast? Because I seem to have lost an entire town. One by the name of Horton. It's based in Teesside, so here's the River Tees. Yeah, the northeast of Minnesota, that's right. There is a Minnesota somewhere near Bristol, which is down here. There is a Minnesota somewhere around here. That's Gloucestershire, Oxfordshire. Be around here. So you've got Devon, Cornwall, Devon, Gloucestershire there, Oxfordshire here. Somewhere around Bristol, you've got a Minnesota. See if I can find it for you later. There's one. Love some ill. Here's one for Ben. Love me town, love me ill. Stainton, Yarm, Malmesbury, Lazenby, Redcar. Pretty famous places, but no Horton. There's Billingham, which we saw on a sign earlier. Ah, Brampton. We were in Brampton at one stage. Oh, sorry, Barmton. So we went south. So were we in Barmton, or was it? Ah, there it is. Horton. There it is. So we are currently here. In that case, on Stockton Road. Come on, guys. Yeah, Stockton Road. So we are here. We approach the island up Winfield Road. So, let's retrace our steps. So we came... Oh, I wish I'd seen that sign for Durham. That would have been way easier. I think we came from here. Actually, now I think about it, is this where... There's Clarendon Road, yep. So that is up here. No. I think it's this one, Clarendon Road. Bompton Lane. We're taking a wrong turn. That Bompton Lane is there. Let's retrace our steps a little bit more. So we came to this junction. I think, no, we didn't come from down here. This is beach. That's where I said we could be anywhere, so we're here now. You'll see coming up to the 50s houses, the old council estate. And we're at the junction of Brampton and Windbush. So we're here now. And we started here. Let's put that back. So we started here and we went north. And this should be the junction. It is. So let's find that close there. Fotheringhay Drive, which is... Where are you going to be? We came up here, so we can move this way. Rossway, Caledonian, Glen Eagles, Kilmarnock, Sparrow, Shetland, Fotheringham. So we're currently here. Let's go back to the start. We're going to the car park of these flats, which is what we reckon. What's that? 35 metres. The bus stop's there, so let's go here. "18 metres. That's not bad. I do say so myself. There you go, gold medal. Pretty good. Pretty good. So I don't want to see a breakdown of how we did. We only just scraped that gold medal as well. Let's have a look how things are shaping up. 14 games left after 30 minutes. That's not too bad. Where are we currently sat? 51st. It's on the higher end of the 2-1 bracket so far, with 14 games still left to play. 2, 3, 6. And who was our round 1 opponent? Sorry, round 2. Mr. UK Wide. Oh, I'd have to shave the beard to be Pitbull though, wouldn't I? I don't want to do that. I can't do that. So it was Damon, so Bench Summer is the guy that we lost to. Let's see how he's doing. Bench Summer's 2-1 as well. It's not helpful for our record, but so I'm going to very quickly take a break just for 2 minutes to go to the loo. I'll leave this music on and I'll just pop our current record on screen. So we're round 4. 2-1. I'll be burned 2-1. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Maybe the real music was the friends we made along the way. Now that is some wholesome content. What I'll do is I'll try and turn this up. Let me know if you can hear that one. Yep. The cats are also happy now, they've been fed. I don't have to deal with any gate crashes halfway through a match. And Ben, this won't be for you, but it would definitely be Fergus. You know what he's like. So Sven picked up his first loss. Right. Where would people like to see? We can do more of the United Kingdom if you'd like. I could try my hand at the United States. That wouldn't go down well. I pretty much know the area of Fort Worth and Dallas, parts of California, parts of Florida, a bit of New York and Pennsylvania. Those are like the areas that I know in America. Oh yeah, Owen definitely learned it from Fergus. Although, when I was recording on Thursday, Ben, I was halfway through and I ended up misclicking and costing myself a match because Momo popped himself up here whilst I wasn't looking and bit my ear. So it's Momo's in my bad books at the moment, not Fergus. Let's go. Let's run through the EU. 21 hours and 55 minutes. I don't think I'm going to play... yeah. I've seen the photos. I think this one... Let's see if I can find it. The one that you popped in the Discord the other day, Ben, of Owen just chilling out and crashing your computer. That was adorable. Yeah, I know. I don't think I've ever had that. It must be at least something new. I'm kinda tempted to pay. I do really like Geoguesser. Is it 22 hours between playtime? Maybe next stream. Maybe next time I'll pay for it in between, but I'm not paying that now. Particularly as we've got 3 matches left. Go on then. Let's give me 2 seconds. So that is 7. There we go. So let's get back to some Geoguesser. Oh god, yeah, Ben, that was Amonkhet pre-release at game night, wasn't it? When was it? What's his name? Simon. That was it. Simon decided. Yeah. I'm weak, Dan. Look, I mean, I just want to play some more Geoguesser, and I have to think of something else to do in the meantime, and I probably can't fill that time on my own, if I'm being honest. But yeah, we played a pre-release at during Amonkhet. I think it was Amonkhet or Hour of Devastation. It was meant to start at 11:30, but and it was only 4 rounds, bear in mind. It ended up starting at 3 in the morning and finished at 8 o'clock. Bear in mind, we'd all done full work days and whatnot. It was myself, Ben, and his partner, and 2 of our other friends. And yeah, it was 8 in the morning. We were sat in a cafe, or was it a McDonald's, just absolutely dying after being up for like 36 hours. Well, for 28 hours on my end. The job I was working at the time, it was god awful. So, what are we going to do? Let's do the European Union. Single player, default. No time limit, moving allowed. Probably can't get away with the time limit we've got. 8 minutes. Okay, so we are somewhere nice and sunny. Looks instantly on the Mediterranean. One of the Mediterranean ports. Could be one of the islands. That screams like Malta, Rhodes. Definitely Spanish. I don't think I can actually move from this spot. I clicked the you can't move settings, didn't I? So it must be a major port, because that is a very large cruise ship. It looks like, is that Stellar Line or is that DFDS? I think that's DFDS. So is that Afghan? Could be French. So we can't move, we've got to guess somewhere in the Mediterranean, which as you can see is a very small area. So it says European Union, so that means we can't be here. So from here all the way around to Gibraltar is our current guess, and all of the hundreds of little islands in between. I mean, it could be sort of like in the Italian ones, even like here in Favignana, which is like that's Toscano. Where is Favignana? There's Piazza. That would be Gorno. Be around here. Favignana's around. Where's Sicily? Fioro. It's around here. Fico Stromboli. It's around here anyway. But most importantly, that's Ponza. In terms of where we are, I have no idea. I'm just going to go with North Corsica. We'll go... It does look Spanish. Let's go to Mallorca. Let's go there. Oh wow, so we were in Croatia. I am going to cheat. It's a good thing that we've got this time extension. I'm going to go to the European Union again. And I'm going to allow moving, panning, zooming. And hopefully not get stuck. Oh, this looks like Eastern Europe. This definitely looks like Eastern Europe. Oh, that old school communist feel to it. Could be Yugoslav. Could be one of the Yugoslav nations as well, from Tito. But this is. See if we can get a reg off here. So if it's European Union, that's here. I didn't say Europe, so that's an important distinction. Means we can rule out. Curiously enough, here on Chechnya, they're defining as Russian, which little bit of a controversial one. Okay. No signs. We've got car-wise. We've got any Lugos, Russian cars. We've got Renault, Fords, Vauxhalls. A lot of Western cars. What's that on the end? Is that a Trabant? No, it's an old Renault. Okay. Okay, so still no signs, no graffiti. We can get a language from. Yeah, Dan, this is welcome to the Eastern European Bloc communist aesthetic. It's something. It's an acquired taste. That could also be like Northern England as well, to be fair, in some areas. With this style of building, I do still think we're in Eastern Europe somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, and you'll see a lot of people in Britain that have vans. Maybe if they're like a business or whatnot, they'll have vans as like their only car or vehicle. But you don't get many. Well, we haven't got the roads for your style of trucks or big cars. If you try to take like a Ford F-150 on, or a Raptor or something on a British road, you'd probably like limit yourself to half the country. So we've got Latin characters, or what looks to be. I can't make out any of the languages, so we're probably not in any of the Cyrillic stuff. So we can rule out like the eastern parts of these countries. All my freedom 150. Oh yeah. So I've seen about 4 150s in real life when I was over in America, and 3 of them had Confederate flags in. Legoland, yeah, true. Don't think we're up in Denmark. Let's see where. Oh yeah. So that looks like Czech or Polish to me. Where did that truck go? Okay, so it's there. So if we move 1 forwards, it was never there. Okay, so let's try and find another one. Okay. God, where are we? Although with these trees, it does look quite Polish, Lithuanian. Could be Ukraine. Poor buggers have broken down. With that sort of like Western, that dress, it could be Hungary. That style of attire. The classic leggings with leather boots. So it's a style choice. It's not a fashionista myself, but you know. So we can't go that way. We'll go back. I saw a sign that I missed. No, it's just the bus stop. Oh, we are. Where on earth are we? No, still no definitive signs. Also, is that a paper bus stop? Yeah, that is just pinned on. So it's old school wherever it is. Let's take a trip up the road. No, still no signs. It's all blocked off, so we can't. If we click Uchka. So it's probably Polish. Uchka. There we go. Let's find a shop. That should give us an idea. Oh, I think this is Hungary, actually. If it's completely unpronounceable, it's probably Hungary. I have no reference for how to pronounce that. Let's run away and get around 4. Versus Stompy 45. So I'll tell him good luck, have fun. Oh, I really want to keep this. They're taking the play. Stereotypes. Geoguesser is 90% stereotypes. You look at the Hungarian language and tell me how much of it you can pronounce. In fact, there we go. How do I pronounce that word there? Vegieskele sketics? I have, yeah. Just sneeze. An ongoing Civ game. Well, Nat and I currently do have one where I'm trying to play Venice. Trying is the operative word. I've already got the Danes breathing down my neck. First civilization that I met in that one, and instantly they just went, "We desire your city," and just tried to buy it off me. I'm like, well, can't really do much about that, unfortunately. So just kind of leave me alone. Here's a trade agreement. Windswept Heath Go on a Malta 6. I should mention that. So the opponent Malta 6 then kept, so Windswept Heath. That's a pretty good one, actually. So I'm probably thinking that it's going to be Heliod, it's going to be Ponza, a number of different decks. Not as well, with the meta being as wide open as it is now, there's just probably some that I'm not thinking about that it could be. But I would guess Heliod or Ponza. So I'm going to cycle these strap. Okay, so it is Heliod. This force negation is going to be quite useful against any collected companies and whatnot. Can also disrupt the combo pretty easily with a living end if we find it. As I said before, I'm going to prioritise the striped Riverwinders, particularly in this matchup where they're only relic removals, Walking Ballista, Skyclave and Path, which cannot hit the striped Riverwinder. Also, with it being 7 CMC, it's something that we really want to prioritise in case the game goes long, so we want to be hard casting curators and whatnot, as opposed to getting to 7 mana and trying to cast a striped Riverwinder. Living End is it's not a bad find, but I'm going to have to cycle another one and attempt to find a land, which we don't find, so we're going to be discarding probably this Wingcaller Raven. I want to hold up Force Negation. Another one where Swan Song is going to be quite useful because we can counter Heliod on the stack. Shame we can't pitch this, because whilst it's on the stack, it's a creature in terms of, for this interaction, non-creature spell. But Swan Song does counter it, because it does still have the enchantment subtype. Shame we haven't got a land here. Oh, got lucky, so we can hardcast Remand, we can force a negation, pitching a curator, and as foretold, if we need to end step, we can start to challenge their life total with a living end if they try. Okay, so they're going to try and combo now. They've got no choice, we've got to remand that. Main deck, we do not have any ways to go through infinite life. Sideboard is very much the same. So we know that they've got the infinite life in hand. Yeah, it is quite frustrating. So what we need to try and do is find Petty Theft or anything like that. Petty Theft would have allowed us to ditch the Heliod on end step and then get rid of the Spike Feeder by casting Living End. Yeah, exactly done. Can also counter the Eldamri's Call if they're playing it. I don't think there's any point, we can't really do much against Infinite Life, so we'll go to game 2. We'll definitely bring in Swan Song. It's going to get grindy, I'd imagine. Force Negation isn't great. We've got Swan Song for everything that we would want. Forceful. Go down a Street Wraith. Keep it like that. Anger's not bad, but kills most of their board. But if they've got the Giver, actually, now I think about it, it's quite good. Might want to bring in 1 or 2 Anger of the Gods, but then again we can just wipe their board if they go on the all creature, Giver of Runes kind of beat down plan. Yeah, I think I'll just bring in the Swan Songs. Dragon's Claw does nothing, Tormod's Crypt does nothing, Braid doesn't hit the important stuff, Chalice doesn't do a lot. The thing is, what do we put Chalice on? Is their most important stuff is at 3 mana. If Walking Ballista, if they play it as a 1-1, it's going to be 2 CMC. If they play it as a 2-2, it's going to be 4 CMC. We're not going to be able to get to 4 or 6 mana, I don't think. I like this. Swan Song, keep the speed with a couple of Street Wraiths, Force Negations, Suspect. Swan Song hits the same stuff that Force does. I think Sullen Division being an instant makes it better grabbing Swan Song. Yeah, I like it. See how this one goes. So have we got a way to pronounce this yet? Goldsteg? Even the umlaut. The umlaut throws me off with that. I don't want to go sort of the German pronunciation, like Zollsteg. But the acute accent, umlaut into acute accent, I have no idea. With G-Y-U with an umlaut, M-O with an umlaut, L-C-S. Oh, damn, that is... that is ridiculous. And the problem with the Heliod deck is sometimes they just have it. And their best rolls, you just can't beat. I know I got punished in the last one, but I am going to keep this. Opponent, nope, not decided yet. Mulliganing to 6. Creature combo decks have always been a bit of a suspect one for Rock and Jund, but the fact that their main combo piece is indestructible is just ridiculous. Rock's got no way to deal with an indestructible enchantment, short of bouncing it or unravel the Aether if you're playing that in the sideboard. Yeah, Demarcus, I agree. No, I completely agree. Okay, so the opponent goes down to 5. And we're going to play Misty, get a Steam Vents on the end step, cycle the Windcaller Raven, I think. Okay, so Utopia Sprawl. You got it, opponent. Naming white, sideboard into Ponza or anything daft. I wonder if our opponent's still double queuing with the long pauses. So I'm going to get the Overwinder for the reasons that I gave last game. Excellent, now we can hold up Remand. We can also play Electro Dominance end step, put 8 power into play after holding up the Remand. Feels pretty good. So, do I care about Spike Feeder? I will as a tempo hit, send it back to hand, in the hopes of doing exactly what we've just done. If we could peel another Remand, that would be great. Because we've got the Footfalls, we get an island here. Could get very greedy. Could get greedy into it on end step. The other option is cycle, trying to find a Remand. I quite like getting the Asphodel down now. We're only going to be playing a Spike Feeder. So we'll get some Rhino tokens. Yeah, I think we've got the same mentality here. Is it Collector Company? Great fun. So just a Ranger Captain. Can certainly beat that. So they're going to get Walking Ballista, I'd imagine now. Arbor Elf, that's disconcerting. It means they've probably got a combo in hand, either that or they've got more Ranger Captains plus Cocos. It's quite a slow pick though, getting the Arbor Elf. The opponent forgets that we can do a lot of our combos at instant speed thanks to Electro Dominance. Also, not sure why they didn't block and then sack it. Because now unless they combo this turn, which I'm not sure they can do on 2, 3, 4 mana. That's the Arbor Elf we know about. That is a Spike Feeder. Yeah, true with the trample damage. So we're going to Electro Dominance, killing the Arbor Elf. Now I'm going to put a Crushing Footfalls onto the stack. So that's now, yep, 16 trample. It's 2, 4, yep. Got through. Because the reason not shoot, we could only do it for X equals 1. So we could kill the Arbor Elf and yeah, they could stop them from removing a counter, but so I still think we've got the right configuration. On the play, I think Force is probably better than Sullen Division. Also very true. Yeah, also very true done. We don't want them because it's 2 target. It would fizzle. It's why a lot of the time when casting it for 0, I'll target myself because there's very few things that someone could have at instant speed to stop you from casting an Electro Dominance targeting yourself. That besides a counter spell, no weird interactions or enchantments I can think of. So this, I don't want to say perfect, but it's not bad, is it? We've got a Swan Song which can hold it from turn 1, catch a Heliod. We can cycle a Riverwinder, which is probably our best creature in the matchup. We've got backup Footfalls and Living End in hand with Remand. Yeah. The opponent is keeping 7 as well. Oh, the 1-landers, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We seem to just be cursed this tournament with 1-land hands. Yeah, Dan. Could that be whitelisted? That'd be nice. Although we've had to fight through Flood or Mana Screw in pretty much every situation. Sorry, in every match at least once so far. So variance has been a bit up in the air. The Force Negation is huge as well. It means we can aggressively cycle, not having to worry about Damri's Call, not have to worry about Coco. So hopefully this is kind of fine with that. So, yeah. Not much we can do about that instant speed. Lost in the mail. Can't blame Corona or COVID for everything. Sorry, so it's going to get you demonetized, isn't it? The unspecified virus of unknown origins. There we go. So, the Riverwinder, we'll cycle that. Brazen Borrower, that's quite nice at interrupting the combo. if we find the land to cast it. Oh, good news, if they play anything that we have to force, then we won't have to discard next turn, but remand, what would we want to pitch to... What would we want to pitch to a Force of Negation? I want to keep Swan Song up to hard cast. I'll probably discard Brazen Borrower now. It'd probably be Remand. Be Remand or Borrower would be the two cards that we'd have to pitch to Force of Negation. Can't do As Foretold at the moment. I want to keep that around because we've got Footfalls and Living End, which means we can end step, Living End, untap As Foretold, then go and play the Crashing Footfalls. So I'm going to put the Borrower into the graveyard. Yep, massively punished for this hand of interaction. I'm just going to attack for 3, sack the Ranger Captain, that'd be nice. Nope. Land off the top. No, so opponent's casting a Collected Company, which we are going to Swansong. Hey Ian, how are we getting on? And thank you very much for the follow. You are a star. Now we get the Spire Bluff. So we get to see that Pretty Bird token art again that killed us in round 2. Oh, look at you boys. Thank you very much. DeMarcus and Dan, thank you very much. Thanks, Ian, for leading the way. So we've got another Coco coming down. A Walking Ballista. No problem. All of these things die to Living End. I'm quite happy to see that, which we can do next turn. Annoyingly, they can arrange a Captain in response. They may do now. Wouldn't call her even. I'm going to hold that up. Not too bad, Ian. We're currently 2-1. We beat Blue-Red Prowess in match 1, then lost to 4-Colour Shadow, specifically to our own bird token in game 2. We beat Burn in round 3. We're currently against Heliard. They won the first, we won the second. So, all in all, not too shabby. So, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, what I do is control, okay, before going to damage. They've got to sack now, otherwise, yep. That saves 3 damage. So now we go to 1. So they tap that for 3, 4, 5. They're going to go collect a company. They would have the exact mana to do it. I'm going to turn off auto yields. Interesting. So we can't do that. That's fine. So 1, 2. What's this? 2 mana Walking Ballista. And that is good game. Sometimes they just have it. True, yeah, we did go, what was it, 28 cards deep and found 1 As Foretold or Electrodominance, which they countered. Yep, GG's. So as far as things go, quite annoying from our opponent. What would we have drawn? Street Wraith, which would have killed us. We'd have been able to Winder. We're 2-2 overall now, so I'll just update the stream. Yeah, it's quite an annoying one really. As we've got in the main a total of 9, or sort of technically 19 lands in this, with all of these being 1 mana or sort of like 3 cycles. So the CMC of the deck is misleadingly low. But we still got stuck. But it happens. How many matches are in a challenge? It very much depends. So we've got 167 players here, so it'll be 8 rounds. So we can still top 16 if a good run, but I think we've lost out on top 8 potential now. In terms of, so we're probably looking about here. So we have the treasure chests and our money back. You need to top 32 to get your money back. Yeah, I've got quite unlucky with lands this one. Let's jump back to the challenge, see how other people are getting on. I think the Footfalls plan is much stronger. It's important to have 2 game plans, and with the Living End, because with the Living End specifically, you've got to have a critical mass of cyclers as well, otherwise you're just doing it for a paltry amount. So you've got to have the cyclers, you've got to have protection, then you've got to also have the Living End itself. I think Ancestral Vision does grind pretty well, but just having game 1, 2 plans of attack, well 3 if you're hardcasting your creatures, but 2 plans of attack is quite a good axis to fight on in Modern, particularly being backed up with removal, as it gives you a better game against burn as well, being able to put down 8 power on turn 2, which is really what won us round 3. So in between, we are back to attempting to work out what the hell this says somewhere in Eastern Europe, probably Hungary. Right. I mean, not too different, because they have co-ops as well. Low budget. Yeah, this is definitely Hungary. It's got to be. Still no street signs, no... Ah, here we go. Oh, this could be Finland. Okay, DeMarcus, you were giving me stick earlier. Pronounce that one. So we could be here. If you'll judge by sort of like the Finnish place names, let's go for that one for example. Oh, okay. Fun fact, Hungarian specifically is a language that's completely separate to a lot of the other Czech and sort of like Czech, Slovakian, Slovenian, and the other Cyrillic languages. The one country that shares a sort of like language similarity with it is Finland. Finnish and Hungarian have got the same sort of like etymological history. I'm not sure why. I'm not a historian in that regard, but that's why it could be either Hungary or Finland, even though they're about 1,500 miles apart. Okay. I still do think this is Hungary, just because of the cars and architecture. And if I just find reference to a major city that I know, somewhere like, I mean, let's have a look. We've got like Pest, Pécs, Debrecen, obviously Budapest. There's Debrecen. That's east somewhere. Ah, there it is. Debrecen. It's really all the ones I know. Oh, Sziget. Of course, I gotta forget Sziget Festival. I went to, which is down here somewhere. I went to Sziget Festival in 2013. It's quite good. I would recommend it. Dirt cheap. €1 beers. Can't argue with that. The more you know. It's true. Takia. See, that still makes me think Hungary, but Takia is is thank you in Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish. So I'm thinking maybe there's sort of like the Scandinavian influence there. Could just be something else. But Gior is there. Okay. So we are in Hungary. So let's try and find some place names that we recognise. Fudo? No. I don't think we're crossing over into Slovakia. I know it doesn't look like difference, but the Slovakian naming conventions tend to be sort of like, you see like Nove, which is like new, and they tend to be a little bit more Latin based as opposed to the Hungarian one, the Hungarian language, which is just all over the place. From a Western English speaker's perspective, anyway. Like there's nothing in English that compares to that. So, Paruts. So, Gior was. Yeah, you too. Blessed with a sign that is moderately pronounceable. It says Gior, so probably somewhere around here. We did go pretty far down one really long road, so where we are based on where we started. Even if we find where we are, I don't think it will help. I'm just going to try and find a major metropolitan area that's got a lot, that's quite built up. Like Gior itself, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. I'm not pronouncing that. I'll give it a go. So that's Magyar, so it'd be Moson Magyarovar. So it'd be Moson Magyarovar. So it's close. I can do Moson County. There you go. And Tesco. I'm going to just go here and leave it at that and take 47 kilometres, the fact that we got the country right, and hold my hand up. Okay, so blessed with legible graffiti this time. That's very, very Latin. It's probably Spain, Portugal, Italy, southern France. Sort of like this region here. The internal shutters and blinds does lead it more to be sort of Portugal and Spain rather than Italy or France that favour the Venetian blind style. This architecture does look does look quite French. I'm not sure, don't quote me on that one. Can't get a decent read on the license plates. Garage. Oh. Kolmavelce. Just get a sign. Badgatti, so we are probably up here. Yeah, sorry, unsurprisingly, Lupacati is no parking. So, let's go back. Because I'm thinking it's possibly this region along the Provence border. But this kind of with the architectural influences, it could be any of the western coastal cities. Probably it could be Naples, for example. And their architecture is all over the place because of the nature of being a major port. Oh yeah, I mean, compared to the Hungarian stuff, if you look at buildings like this, you just see the passion, the intricacy of that window there. You really don't see that anywhere else. Particularly not in the past 50, 60 years of building. apart from for special projects. It's just a shame it's full of graffiti, which definitely makes me think it's Naples. So we've gone in a circle, because I'm aimlessly clicking, trying to find a sign. Haneke Design Studio. Absolutely. Mind blown. It's the Belgian consulate. It's probably a better place to put it. Get to see .ro, so we could have been tricked. This is oh, I'm not going mad. Hold on, let me just point a reference to where we are. Let me just find something. I want to go back. Okay, that is not Italian. Circle. Pietrom. This is Romania. That festival is a Croatian one. That's just outside of Trieste. Down here in where's Rika? Where is it? Ah, there. That's where this festival is. So we are definitively around here. I go to a festival every year in Slovenia, which is here, in a place called Tallinn. That's what Tolmin, which is in the Socha Valley, right here. The festival takes place. There is Punk Rock Holiday here, right on the bank of the Socha River. So this is a national park, middle of a forest, at the big river that runs all the way through from the Alps, right the way through Slovenia to Ljubljana, which is the capital of Slovenia. Runs all the way down here, up, and it goes all the way east to Maribor and down into the Balaton. But what's special about this festival, after being a fantastic punk and ska festival, is that the actual gigs itself, or the venue, is right in the middle of a forest clearing. See if I can get you a photo of Punk Rock Holiday. There you go. Pretty much as picturesque as you can get. What's this? Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful place. Highly recommend it to anyone who wants to go and take part in the annual unicorn race. It's been cancelled for a while, which is a shame, but as with everything, it's been a while since we've had a good gig. But back to Geoguesser and being tricked. Oh yeah? A couple that spark your interest there, Dan? Got 7 games left. About 15-20 minutes before the next round. We found ourselves on the tram system, so we've got to go around. Unless we can cheat. Can we? Yeah, we can. We can just jump it. The Hotel Duke. So no reference to a city. Let's go the Italian Square. .ro. So sometimes when you're just going around Europe and you're trying to double back, somehow ended up back here. You get some cities where everything is signposted brilliantly. You can find yourself, even without speaking a word of the language, you can find your way around, no issue. Then you get places like this that just sort of off the tourist track a little bit, maybe. Not sure where we are, but where there's just nothing. There's no street signs, there's no indication, even the shops don't have sort of like the place above them. Makes sense that there's a lot of the influence within Romania, because after the fall of, here we go, just zoom out a little bit, let's go back to Romania as opposed to being in the middle of Slovenia. Boom. Okay. After the fall of communism, Romania did something not a lot of other Eastern European countries did. Just when they were doing their rebuilding efforts, they hired a lot of Western European architects. That's why you see a lot of Spanish, French, Italian, German influenced buildings. Oh yeah, then Hungary, flippin' heck. To try and trap you and keep you in Hungary. Once you're here, never leave. There's a lot of Western influence in Romania. That's why they were one of the first to join. That's a Romanian flag. So that looks to be like a cultural building of some description, maybe like a museum. It's got the flags of European member states. Austria, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Romania, Germany, Czechia, and whatnot. This is in Romania. I've never been to Romania, I must admit. I've not really got a reference point for what to look out for. Apart from my initials, can't be that bad. I like the place already. Is that a company or is that a location? Art marker, no. Oh, we've gone full circle. How on earth have we circled back 3 times? It's going to go this way. Romania doesn't border Italy, unfortunately, but it does border a lot of the former Yugoslavian countries. Also has just here Istria and Constanța, that are 2 major ports. When Genoa, we're over here, Genoa, up until the 15th century, owned Azov here, and one of the main is the antithesis of everything I'm familiar with. Yeah, Europe's a bit of a weird one, it's all over the place. But Genoa used to own this port here, Azov, and this land around Rostov. This was a few hundred years ago. And they used Istria and Constanța here as the two major ports to connect what would be the part of the Silk Road going through Turkey. It would be intercepted. Some of it would come back into the Balkan states here, but some of it would go up to Genoa, where they would ferry it to Genoan-owned land, where they'd ferry it down to Italy and whatnot. So you have a lot of Italian, Turkish, and Western European influence all over Romania, sort of depending on which area you're in. So I'd expect we're either here or here. Could be wrong though, that's just educated guessing. Could be just wildly incorrect. We shall see. Another little fun tidbit here in Azov. When the Mongols were taking the port from Genoa, they couldn't break down the walls. This was the time when the plague was, Black Plague was running rampant through the Mongol army. So instead of obviously burying or burning their dead, they launched it over the city walls, which is the first instance of biological warfare ever used, or the first recorded instance anyway. It's also how the Black Death first got transported into Europe, because before it sort of hit this area where the Mongol campaigns were stalling and slowing down, and never really progressed past this part of Eastern Europe. Once they hit here, it just went straight back to Genoa, obviously one of the main trading nodes of the Mediterranean, and then just spread everywhere to North Africa, and all the way even all the way up to Iceland and the north of the UK. Caused a fair bit of chaos, and that was all because of the Mongols. Great fun. And I still don't. And after all that waffling, I still have no idea where I am. Besides Romania. Somewhere in Romania, anyway. How can everything's just English influence everywhere. It's very strange. Non-stop market. And then obviously Romanian underneath. There's no city markers on the taxis. There's no street signs indicating city. Imperial beer. No, I can't seem to... Where we originally started, I have no idea. We found the centre. Bancomat, zucca, sugar, or zucchero. It's sugar in Italian. It seems to be all over the place in terms of cultural influence, which makes sense based on what I was saying earlier. Let's go for some pastries now. They're quite nice. I can't make that out. Ah, okay. Okay. So this is Real Collection. That is Futural. I don't know the city, but I know there's a football team with that name. They knocked Celtic out of the Champions League qualifying, God, years ago. Maybe 13, 14 years ago. True. I mean, there are certain areas of Europe, particularly along the Belgian and Netherlands border, where you can just accidentally hop, skip and jump. So again, it's Mr. Fister. Fair enough, it's one of those ones where I just get people to read that out. Fair play, mate. Yeah, as long as we're quite close. He's joined the game, but he's not decided who's playing first. He won the die roll. Okay, so we found ourselves, right, we found a park. Surely we're in Bucharest, so we're in the capital, which means we are here somewhere. Yeah, okay, it's not a bad hand. The opponent's mulligan 6. I'm going to keep this. 3 cyclers, try and find payoffs or interactions, and then we've got the footfalls in case we don't find a living end. Particularly with the opponent mulliganing. He's just come back with the good luck and fun. That's nice of him. Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? I feel like we are owed it. So we'll update these streams as well. There we go. So that is a Jeskai Triome. Interesting. This could be the... God, it could be full colour Copycat. Could be the Jeskai Lotus Field deck. Could be... Let's have a look. See what we... Chalice on 1 from a Jeskai deck. Okay. I mean, that's absolutely fine with me. I have no idea what deck plays Chalice on 1 in Jeskai colours, but means we don't have to bring it in the next game, so that's nice. Also means that Chalice on 0 is going to be bad. It's an understatement and a half, but yeah, if they've got another one in hand, they just put it on 0, then yeah, that'll be exceptionally bad. We've only got 2 ways in the main deck to bounce it. Jesus. So let's try and find something. More cyclers. So I'm going to hold on to that. Play a Scolding Tarn. Yeah, no, I agree, Dan. Braid's going to be vitally important. Swan Song can't counter artifacts, but Bloodstained Mire as well is a bit of a weird one, unless they're just playing a red fetch. You go with the big brain play of getting your own chalices in, put it on 0 so they can't play their chalice. So, Arid Mesa, Bloodstained Mire, Jeskai Triome, Steam Vents. I don't know. I'm going to keep one of these curators in hand. Oh, I'm going to probably keep both of them in hand now. It's a good thing we're not playing against a fast deck, isn't it? Okay. Could this be, I don't know, Through the Breach, a Jeskai version? That's just what we needed. Okay, that resolved. Said it before and I'll say it again. No blue-red living end pilot will ever admit how many times casting your creatures comes up, particularly off As Foretold. I can think of more than a handful of occasions where I've put Striped Riverwinders into play off like an As Foretold on 12 counters. Because a lot of the time we are very good at stopping other decks from doing what they need to do, but we then sometimes can struggle to close out the game, as is evident here. Well, setting up next turn, we're going to either, if they kill or if they remove, bounce, whatever, this curator. Oh, they're a polymorph deck. Right, okay. Yeah, so make sure that they're not playing anyway to brick. There's Emrakul. The white's got to be for Teferi, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we can't do the chalice on 0. So you're coming in. You're coming in. Something out. Street Wraiths out. Remand. Just transmogrify. Let's have a look. So yeah, that is part of the cast, so it's quite good to keep those in. Yeah, I'd expect some pretty heavy graveyard hate. They'll also want to keep in the chalices. Remand's bad. Remand is not great. I think I actually want to keep in the Slundi Vision to dig for a Braids or Brazen Borrows if we need to. I'd expect their graveyard hate to either be white based or relics. They may want the extra card draw rather than want the hard graveyard lock. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 counter spells. 4 ways to remove chalices. A way to kill a creature from the Dwarven Mine. Yeah, okay. I have never played this matchup before, so we shall see. We've got the Swan Song, so that's nice. Got no cyclers whatsoever. We've got the wrong one. They do seem quite all in, and we have got a way to deal with Chalice. That's true, Dan. That is very true. He actually has played this matchup. It hasn't got double red for Electro Dominance. And we can counter a Chalice. Turn 0. I want to keep this, but I don't think I can. Okay, yeah, it's way better. This is better. So we'll ditch a Swan Song. It's got 2 lands, it's got a Cycler, it's got a Force Negation as well. I probably won't counter a Chalice first turn, but yeah, I think it was definitely keepable. The reason I didn't cycle is I wanted to get as much information, because we didn't have a living in hand straight away. I want to get as much information as to what we want to pitch to a Force if they do play a Chalice on 0. Because I would rather counter their Transmogrify or Planeswalker or whatnot, but now we've got the living in hand, I do quite want to. I'm sort of incentivized to start cycling now. Now we've got the double red. We can now kill an Emrakul if we need to. They go for it, put an Emrakul into play, we can now living end after it resolves. That's nice, they get a 15 mana extra turn spell. Well, 4 mana. Very true. That's very true then. So what have we got here? Teferi. Well, I'm going to be countering that after drawing a card. No, that's stupid. I'm going to just hard cast Teferi. Sorry, hard cast counter Teferi. the swan song for the instant or sorcery. I'd like to see the decline of Teferi's usage though. As much as it isn't a combo piece for them, it is a hard counter to what we're trying to do. Yeah, as we said in the first game, is probably what they're trying to do. Okay. It was sorcery speed, so I'm just going to crack this first. Actually, I'm going to get a red sauce. I see. If they attempt to go off again, if they try and play Teferi, then I'll Electrodominus Living End in response. If they try and play a Transmogrify, then I'll let it resolve, let the Emrakul resolve, and then after that I will cast a Living End. Just wondering what they're holding up in hand. Chalice on 0. Well, so let's see what they've got. I'm assuming a number of counter spells. We can beat one. Not so certain how many others we could beat. They can get another Dwarven Mine with this Wooded Foothills, so killing one isn't too important. Should have targeted myself and done X for 0. A little bit hasty. That on the stack. Luckily we weren't punished, although they may be trying to counter this, which I think is incorrect, but okay, so we'll swan song that. Hopefully there's no second counter spell. I know, very hateful. So they didn't get a Dwarven Mine, so they're going to be hard casting a Force of Negation here. Yeah. Okay. So they get their 2/2. Chalice resolves, and we are going to start hard casting things into their nonsense. Let's have a look. One, two, three, four, 5, 2 line. We're 2 off that, so let's try and get a more castable one. Oh, where were you? Definitely beats Uro, Valky and all of that nonsense, I certainly agree. I'd rather play this level of Magic and interact with our opponents, have a back and forth, than Field of the Dead, Primeval Titans and all that gubbins. Certainly makes more entertaining Magic. Look, just because one opponent has killed us with a bird doesn't mean they all are. Thank you, Mr. Mirabito. How are we doing, sir? Sup? Oh, that's a hate-filled opponent indeed. Not too bad. We're 2-2 at the moment. A 2-2. We lost to 4-colour Shadow and Heliod. We beat Burn and Blue Red Prowess. And now we're playing Jeskai Polymorph combo. With main deck Teferi, main deck Chalice of the Void, and main deck Delay. Yeah. So, if they down tick next turn, then we can kill it with an Electro. We can kill Teferi with an Electro Dominance. It's not fantastic, but it is an option. We can kill the bird now. Hope they don't have a fetch land, which I think is what we've unfortunately got to do. It's disappointing to have to waste it, but that's what it is, Mirabito. Although it finally broke the duck of not getting published the other day, because I think yesterday my list that I ran through a league got published. The 5-0 we're living with this deck. That was a nice change. It's not just challenge results up there anymore. And they're not going to be down ticking Teferi, which is a damn shame. We've got to remove the Chalice and remove Teferi, so it's probably better to just try and fight through everything. I agree, Dan. Oh, that's 2 dead cards in hand. 1 more land and we can start casting Riverwinders. So there's that. They've got 7 lands, they get their Dwarven Mine now. I feel like we're probably dead. Actual Factual Polymorph 2021. Very cheeky with the presumptuous GG from our opponent, but they are quite correct. There we go. I'll let them do his thing. I'll let them play their combo out. Now, it's 7 mana. Oh, we get to play the fun version of look at the cards. I know. Very, very rude. Their deck is just geared to hate on ours. Look at this. Reman's Delays, Mystical Dispute, Force of Negation, Teferi, at least 3 Chalice of the Voids. They came to beat our deck, and that is quite funny. Let the opponent go for the perfect win, there you go. That is, unfortunately, a 3-2. But we do get to do Mirabito's favourite thing. We are playing some more Geoguesser. And we are currently somewhere in Bucharest. But God knows where. We're in Sector 2, which is a bit of a weird thing to call a park. The ones... Yeah, we try and have fun here, but we did get to beat up on Burn and Prowess, so you know we've already been the fun police today. For a sec, we're somewhere in Sector 2 of Bucharest. So if we go back to where we came from. Here we're somewhere in this district. We saw that museum, so I think we're around here. I'm just going to go because considering we initially guessed the wrong country, that's not bad. It's not quite the 13 meters that we got earlier, but it's not bad. Okay, this looks like Spain, Portugal, one of the islands. Looks Mediterranean again. Let's see. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Peugeots. So it's probably France. There's a Renault. Let's have a look. Privada, so we are probably somewhere here. But with the 3-2 Dreams, sorry, not 3-2 Dreams, the 2-3, we've obviously got our top 16 Dreams dead with the 180 players. San Feliz, that's Cartagena, so that's somewhere in Spain. And the circus. Nice. Meno. Never remember where. Problem is, it doesn't have to necessarily be mainland Spain. Could be Menorca, one of the Spanish islands. It could be the Canary Islands. It could be up here. We've got like Cape Verde and all that good stuff. And technically, there are Spanish provinces in the middle of the Pacific, which are part of the EU for whatever reason. So, not necessarily mainland Spain, but we'll see. Okay, okay, that looks nice. How to make yourself hungry. The Sanchez brothers. Yeah. Could it be? Where's Deportivo? South, right? Around here. San Feli. I don't know where that is. Abieto. No, it's apothecary. Or pharmacy rather. Apothecary. Century am I living in? You can get a state or province, that would be great. Oh, Murcia. It's down here. So we're in San Feli. Looks quite inland. So if looks like quite a small town. I don't think it's coastal based on that sort of like quite arid land that we saw where we started. Interesting. So we've got a region and city area. To narrow it down a little bit. Okay, so somewhere in LA. Sorry, California. San Francisco. There we go. 15th of May, it's not helpful. Ventia. So, yeah, as we said, we've got Murcia, which is here. So we're in this part. here. Is that there? Could be more coastal than I thought then, judging by this map. Because is that a river? Body of water? Is that a lake? Could be something like this. But closer to Murcia. We did see reference to Cartagena earlier. Don't think we're up as far as Alicante. Could be hyper zoomed in one of these little inlets here. And like this that folds upon itself. If we could find something else that's a bit clearer. So I know it's San Feliz, somewhere around Murcia. I don't think we're coastal. Yeah, so there's the SL. Oh. Let's try again. Is that harbour or is that the way we can get to there? Is that, can't tell if that's a river. So I can get a better angle on where that is. Or what that is rather. Okay, no tow zone, not helpful. Okay, we've jumped back here. Yeah, this looks more like an open plaza. Might be able to find an identifying feature. So, garage. Got a lot of closed down precincts. Looks like a former tourist destination that's maybe fallen out of favour. Cafe's alright. And the photocopying shop. Or the print shop. Strange. Oh, okay, so that's mountains, so you have to be around here. Or within. What's that? Oh, it's hard to tell from this. It looks like a couple of kilometres. Because we can see them. Without. There's a couple. There's a small range here, here, and here. We want to be in the general. The local area based around Murcia, in view of the mountains. So as we can see those, what do we reckon those are? About 5-6 kilometres? Maybe more, maybe less. It's no size and scale from this weird camera angle. From the top of a Google streetcar. Finding ourselves in this parkway, not able to traverse across. These mountains might actually be a bit closer than initially thought. It still can't be outside of the greater area of Mercia according to that sign. So maybe we saw reference to Albudiete, but we also saw Corvera and the airport, so we must be between these 2 points, somewhere in view of this mountain range, but I can't seem to I can't see La Feliz, oh sorry, San Feliz, anywhere here. Nora, Green. I'll try and find another reference point. Somewhere maybe a bit more central to the town. If we go back up this road, then we should hit the main one which parallels. It parallels the one on the other side. I'll be able to hop across, see if there's a bridge of some description. Is that... just like the others, that one stops. We'll try and go up the next one. It's a private road that stops again. Okay, could be in luck here. Hey, you made it. So, was it worth fighting our way around this town? Doesn't look like it. This is making that the first round look like a significant fluke. Deck pedals, it's the same as we saw before. Still 13 games, 25 minutes left on the clock, so if anyone wants to go take a break, now will be the time before round number 6. Have I jumped districts? Cartagena. Or was I being thrown off by that map that we saw of Murcia? So I don't think Cartagena is... I don't think it was... Yeah, so it's here. I didn't think it was next to Albudiete, like we saw. Now, Cartagena makes sense, but we obviously got thrown off by that map of Murcia on the side. It must have been indicating that you can get to it. I couldn't read what we had before, so we are actually in Cartagena instead of being in Murcia. Okay, makes things a little bit easier. So let's look for places that we've seen referenced. Well, we saw Los Hernandez and Miranda on signs. But still no San Feliz. Dead body put out. See if that relates to any of the districts. So there's San Feliz. So San Feliz is a suburb of Cartagena. So now that we've found San Feliz, we were trying to cross here. So I'm going to put here as a reference point. See if we can find something like a supermarket. Should be quite easy to find, as should be the hospital. So we'll go back to the start, knowing that we've got the area again. So we start back here. Can't go there, that's a dead end, that's a dead end, that's a dead end. So the only way we can get out is here. We went straight on and right beforehand. We'll go left this time. It's this open square. We did find, I remember this here, this was the police station. Or the social club, I remember that. So if we can find the Sanfeli Cartagena Social Club, that's a bit of a mouthful, then we should be able to find where we are in reference to it. So Sanfeli starts and ends here. So we are in this area. And we're looking for the social club. Which is next to an open square. And we've not found the park yet. And here is out of Sanfeli. Didn't find that Bastille. We've not found this high street. With Tala or Asador. Or that bar. Which makes me think, so if we just jump out a little bit. Go to Sanfeli. See if we can find one of the off the beaten track districts or sub-districts. Didn't find a spa or a charging station. Didn't find a veterinary clinic or Harmony Home. Interesting. So let's try and find a better reference point. Maybe this map is a little bit newer and this is an older photograph. Problem is, we went up here last time after trying to circle round, but that's a dead end. We can't go back there, so we have to go back up this street. We can't go up there because that's a dead end, I remember that. So we could try to come the other way. There's all houses here, so we'll keep going left. That looks like it could be a shop. Or let's go to this one first. This is an insurance place? Auto Allen? I don't know what Allen is, but that looks like a dealership of some description. Oh, it's a mechanic. Okay, so it's a garage. Okay. It's car servicing, bike servicing, and other things. Okay. We should be able to find Auto Allen. And we should be able to find the O'Clock Sports Bar. They're pretty good reference points. Leave that there. So we're at a nice crossroad next to Tobacco's shop and Campesina. Okay. Oh, the Sanchez brothers, we found that earlier. We found that when we went right from the start. I bet if we look down here... So let's re-reference. Back. Out. Down here. I'm sure the Sanchez brothers were down here somewhere. That would make sense because there's a park here. Could be. I'm going to put it on the Sanchez brothers. Let's see what I can find. go for that. I really hope after all of that we were even in remotely the same location. That's not bad. That's not bad. 110 metres, I'll take that. It's much closer than the 40k we were in Romania. Okay. Flico. No, it's definitely not Italy. That'd be Flico. Clima I Halden. It could be not familiar with that style of language. So I'm just going to skip across, see if we can find a sign. What cars have we got? We've got a few W's, a couple of French. It's like an old Astra. Yeah, I think it's an old Astra. There's like a lot of French and Spanish cars, a couple of German, but nothing that gives the game away too much. Let's jump back. Went too far. Yeah, I agree, Dan. It could be initially. It could maybe be. Could maybe be like Holstein around here. Denmark could be up into Norway. That's an interesting. That's an interesting colour for the building. We'll go with that. No obvious signs, apart from that stop sign, which I don't recognise the language initially. Osim. Bishtav. I don't recognise it straight away, but Ostim sounds quite, I don't know, like Serbian to me, straight away. Osim or Ostim. Pink building. We did see. Yes, yeah, you're right. Actually, when we were in. Oh, so it wasn't Hungary then, was it? It was. Oh, was it? Yes, we were in Hungary. I remember now. Yes, because we were in. Yeah, we were in Gio, of all places. So, they drive on the right-hand side of the road. So that's. If you hadn't already ruled out the United Kingdom, you can now. Okay, this looks like quite a major industrial area, that or a... I'm not sure what to describe that as. Bulbous building? We'll go with bulbous. Okay, still no street sign in terms of road, location. Cubic. Yeah, oh, there's some flags there. Sure I missed those. Is that Luxembourg? I can't tell. It's blue, white, and red. So that's Dutch or Luxembourg. Which way round is it? Oh, Russia, but it's not the right way round for Russia. It's European Union. That's Luxembourg, isn't it? Let's get that flag from a better angle. Is that Dutch? No, so is that red or is that orange? Oh, it can't be orange anymore, it's not the VOC. Is that, which way round is that flag? I think that's Luxembourg, I don't know. It looks, yeah. So Luxembourg is just the Netherlands flag just upside down, isn't it? I submit my experience in the Netherlands is pretty much limited to Rotterdam, and that's about it. Just picking and driving through it to get to various places. Just get KN. First thoughts of krona, but there's no krona left anymore. That's long gone as a currency. I don't think it doesn't scream Dutch to me. Could be Flemish, but it doesn't look like that. Yeah. Oh, we're in Croatia. Zagreb. So we are all the way down here. So we've gone from thinking it was Luxembourg, which is here, Netherlands, which is here, to finding out it's down here. So what's that? That is, I guesstimate. So from here to here, Derby to Tallinn is 1,300 miles. So I reckon we were. I'm going to go with a conservative 1,100 miles off. Oh, luckily we didn't press submit, so somewhere in Zagreb. I don't think they were going to be as nice as in Romania and Bucharest as they started naming their district sectors. So what is that? It doesn't look like a hospital. A hypo group. Let's say. So, Centre 1 East, Centre 1 West, Supernova, and Zagreb County, City of Zagreb, Zagreb and Novi Zagreb. That's New Zagreb. If the name fits. So, let's see if we can find reference to a district. Is that? I think that is walkway. How big has that McDonald's got to be if it's just signalled on a map of the city? So that looks like the centre, so we'll head in that direction. Okay, so Ljubljana, Maribor, that's Slovenia that way. So I've got A1, 3, 4. So Ljubljana is over here. Maribor is over here. So that's that way. So we're orientated, currently facing that way. Yeah, I know, right? Let's be honest, they've got the money. They definitively have the money, and so those are referenced to routes, I think, rather than roads. Yeah, because they use the E system in Croatia, so A3 is here, which doesn't lead to Ljubljana, that leads over to Rijeka and probably Trieste eventually, I'd imagine. Oh, so it becomes the E61. Let's see. 2 matches left, a couple of minutes. So we know that we're near a major motorway of some description. We've not seen an airport, which is here or here. We've not seen an IKEA. There were 4 hospitals located quite close together, and neither of those names that we saw. So now that we know that we're in, Zagreb, we'll go back to the start and start to look for better reference points. Now that we at least know what country and city we're in. So, is that zone 3? Are there any zones named as such? Doesn't look to be. There's probably something else, just in reference to the type of parking that you can do. Okay. Head back over to the main road. So this way leads to the industrial centre. Instead we'll go this way. We'll see if we can find... Oh, sorry, that's the cubic building, so we are going the wrong way. So we'll go... That leads... This way leads to the industrial centre, so we'll go the opposite way. This way. See if we can find one of those airports. Or maybe one of the McDonald's that's so well listed. Or even a sign. Oh, what was that? The Movie Hotel. There you go, Dan. The Movie Hotel. Should all know where that is, right? So, if we got here, that camera shop of some description. Nikon. Exactly. If you don't know the Movie Hotel, are you really a fan of the Zagreb social scene? I hope for their sake this isn't the Movie Hotel. It is the Madeira. So... Absolutely. The internationally renowned, world-famous Movie Hotel, situated in the centre. In a place so good you're advertising other nations on your road signs rather than yourself. I am biased towards Slovenia though, so don't take my word as gospel. I do feel quite vindicated as to why we were getting confused about the whole Dutch flag thing, considering that that company is the one that owned the Cube building. Minamaska. So, it's somewhere here then. From Minamaska Road. It's located somewhere. I agree. I still want to know where these hospitals are. I don't know how we can miss 5 major hospitals just in the middle of a city. But we can find the biker beer factory, and that is somehow smaller than what is, I'm assuming, a suntan shop, or the world's dodgiest mobile shop. The Automat Club. We did see that. Oh no, that's Autobus. Apologies. Okay, so it is, yeah. So we were right to get tricked. That's fine. As long as we can justifiably say why we thought that it was like 1,100 miles away. That's fine. We still haven't narrowed down a district, which is worrying. Oh, Tuborg. God awful stuff. I used to go to Download Festival, which was a big rock and metal festival in the UK. They used to serve Tuborg exclusively, and it is god awful. Absolutely god awful stuff. So that is the head of the Bank of Zagreb, or the head office rather. So that should be pretty prominently featured on a map, right? Which would make you think that it's rather central. But we'll have to find out in a moment as our match has started, and we're against, finally get to play against Underwater Bimbo. I'm not sure who this man is, who this woman is, but they have the best name in Magic Online. And I'm definitely going to keep this. So we've got 2.5 lands, cycler, interaction, force negation. It's a pretty good one as far as I'm concerned. I'm gonna play the island rather than shocking, just in case we are against an aggressive deck, which we certainly are. So we're against prowess again. So cycle the curator. We're looking now for another cycler, either, yeah, that's not too bad. I am going to shock in this Steam Vents just in case they play a Manamorphose or a free spell and then try and play the 5 mana, the 5 mana flyer that I forgot the name of earlier. They always have the turn 2 Manamorphose into it, and I'd rather just pop it back into their hand. I've also got the force of negation back if we need to. Stormwing Entity, thank you Dan again. How many times can I forget the name of one magic card in a stream? Opponent seems to be in the tank, I'm assuming they've got a couple of different decisions to make. So, unless they're trying to kill us on turn 2, which I'm not sure the prowess deck is capable of, I'm perhaps wondering if we're holding up remand, perhaps they're looking up our deck lists, not sure. AKA Flip Flap, yes, the hyper-aggressive, scry flappy birdie. Okay, no problem at all. Lava Dart. I don't really want to remand that. I don't want to force negation it at this stage. Lightning Bolt. I'm going to cycle before because I will force that. Okay, so we drew a land, that's fine. I don't want to go to 10. Not with 4 cards in hand from the opponent. Hopefully, no, yep, that's good. No Lava Dart, no. Perfect, that's great. So no Lava Dart flashback, no mutagenic growth, no gut shot, that's nice. Let's see that. Hopefully the opponent just plays out another creature or two. Perhaps goes for the pre-combat Stormwing Entity. I'm going to put down some rhinos and hopefully eat the Monastery Swiftspear. I'm going to double block just to make sure. I'll happily trade the 2 of them for a Swiftspear if they want to go all in, unload their hands. Sip as I slightly spilt the water, so it's opponent casting and uncasting a couple of spells. I'm not sure it's worth their while to go all in. If they've got a Manamorphose here. A pre-combat Sprite Dragon. That's interesting. We do get to do something quite interesting actually, so I'm assuming they won't block here. I don't know if it's worth killing it now, or if it's worth just hoping, or just trying to see if they kill us or not. If they don't kill us here now, through a Remand and an Electro Dominance. So, Gut Shot does not do it. So what we're going to do, I'm going to attempt to kill it now. Force the opponent to go all in if they have it. Great, if they don't. They've put the mutagenic growth there, so now that's 4. We'll try and draw a card. I have no way of interacting with them past this point. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is lethal. So we get to do the same sideboarding that we did in match number 1. We bring in Swan Songs, Chalices. We go down, Slun Division, Street Wraiths, Force Negation. Oh no, sorry, we brought in the dragon. Were we doing a Dragon's Claw? No. Yeah, so Chalice on 1, Remand, Swan Song. I'm not a big Remand fan, I'd rather Force Negation. A lot of things to pitch to it. There's some consideration with the Dragon Claws, but they chain off quite a lot of spells, and once they know about it, they'll go through. It's better against burn. Can gain us a bit of life though. Is it better than Chalice? I'm not convinced. Anger's fine, but it's not really the matchup. It's more for Elves and D&T rather than this, where we've got Living Ends, Brazen Borrows, which are much more effective. Also, just sniping their creatures with Crashing Footfalls is better. I do like Remand for catching the Storming entity, but then again we can always just counter the Manamorphose. I'm going to leave 3 in. 2 Swan Song, 3 Remand, 4 Force Negation, that's 9 counters, 2 ways to bounce their creatures, 2 Wraths. Yeah, I like that. It's pretty much the same sideboarding that we did for match 1, where we beat them pretty much off the back of hands like this. So we get an early cycle, and hopefully if they try anything funny, which I don't think they're really capable of on turn 1, particularly if they're not doing anything here. We get to play a Chalice on 1. It is a cruel mistress, considering we play. We just don't want to lie to the people. Yeah, we play 2, and we repeatedly keep drawing them. I wonder now if we're going to get Spell Pierce. No, that's going to bolt us. Lava Dart, okay. That's quite a nice item. That's quite a nice mountain, but so we're going to see Manamorphose into Stormwing here. Okay. Float mana, chalice, countering the lava dart, and then storming entity. That's not a problem at all. There's one card top, one card on the bottom. I don't think, without knowing the ins and outs of the deck, I don't think they bring in chalice. Whilst they are tapped out, I'm tempted to borrow her, but I'm very tempted to cast Petty Theft and bounce the Stormwing entity. But if they... I'm going to play quite conservative in this instance. Wait for them to maybe unload a couple of spells. If they go for a spell, if they've got Spell Pierce, then that's fine. It means that the Electro Dominance resolves. I'll take 3. Just try and tempo them out just a little bit. I don't want the Spell Pierce hitting either of these two if they've got it. And we're not doing particularly well on the land situation. Now, and particularly, well, the other consideration is we've only got one cycle in the graveyard. Now what this allows us to do is end step. If they manage to get down the Stormwing entity again, we can... No, so they're casting that to get the entity in, that's fine. We can Living End and then the following turn Brazen Borrow, which I'm quite interested in doing. We could put them down to... Actually, we can put them to 11 and do the Flash and a Crash. Yeah, we play Crashing Footfalls instead, actually. Get an island, we'll take one, we'll go to 13. Put them down to 11. They'll probably be forced to block. Then if we untap, I've got another one, we can flash and Brazen Borrow to block the Storming entity if they try and kill us next turn. Very good point. It's a good thing that it's a good thing that even though I clearly don't know what I'm talking about, I sideboarded it correctly. Yeah, so no Spell Pierce, as you rightly say. So, I don't think our opponent can afford to attack. Okay. They clearly can. I will flash this in to force them to remove it. Nary a lava, that's true. So have they got double Aether Gust? If so, that's disgusting. I'll put my Rhino on top. So our opponent must have the double Aether Gust hand. Which they do. That is just disgusting. Oh, I got right off. Chalice on 2 is quite funny. But I think we're better just cracking Islets. We were certainly better not cracking Islets. Play another Chalice, and hopefully don't get punished. Turns out we should have just end stepped Brazen Borrowed. Our opponent rightfully assumed that we would take the conservative line. That's quite annoying. We have to cycle that. Next turn's the turn. Assuming that we don't die. And that I don't have to utilise this Force of Negation to stay alive. Okay, that's good. very lucky then after getting punished severely by our deck. They have Aether Gust, which yeah, they do have Aether Gust, which I'm not sure is fantastic against the deck. Because if they Aether Gust and Electro Dominance, I'll just put it on top and do the same thing next turn. It was quite good against the Rhino tokens. Maybe they're just looking for answers. Now that I've seen that, I do probably want Swan Song over the Remand. Okay, let's run that back. Okay. I'd rather just want to get back to Geoguesser and work out where the hell in Zagreb we are. At the moment, I don't think we can get more than top 32. Sorry, better than top 32. I don't think we can get into the 16 or into the top 8. We definitely can't get top 8. Not on a 5-3. Could get top 16. So we've got how many in total? 167. It's not bad. It's certainly not as many as I thought there would be. I thought we might be able to break. Maybe 200. Opponent's more looking at 6. This is quite a weak hand, but it does bounce and tempo them out if they try to go for it early. Got some cyclers. It's not the kind of hand we can mulligan. Okay. An early Swiss beer. Okay. Just cycle into Electro Dominance would be fantastic. Stormwing, okay. You have got it, sir. Are they going to go gut shot mutagenic growth? We know they are playing both. Looks like the opponent is going to go for mutagenic growth. I will use a River Winder to force negation if I find it. Nope. Even better. Mountain. Damn. So we'll go to 11. Say to our opponent, hello, we have Electro Dominance. Okay. Probably hoping that we just have Brazen Borrower, Remand. Interesting. They played green. Splashing for Veil of Summer, or just because they don't have a spell to cast. Or maybe they're going to not want to pay life for this mutagenic growth. No? Opponent's saying, if you have it, go for it. I'm going to. So I do not want to take 7 here. I certainly don't want to take 4, potentially more. I would have preferred more, but we've got the petty theft to hold up, so it's not too bad. This is a 2-turn clock now. Okay, Sprite Dragon, that's absolutely fine. No blocks, opponent. I'll take a 1 down to 10. I'll even give your Sprite Dragon flying. what I'm going to do now is I'm going to shock in a steam vent. So I'm going to cycle straight to Riverwinder. Well, I'll cycle, try and draw an island first actually. That's better. I'm going to play an As Foretold. And then I'm going to Living End. Whilst able to hold up Force of Negation. We have 2 flying blockers, 1 ground blocker that's hexproof. They have 4 cards in hand, no lava darts. We have a Force of Negation for any shenanigans. And I will absolutely Force of Negation the Manamorphose if they play it. Vapor Snag. That's absolutely fine. Over to you. Thoroughly approve, Dan. Thoroughly approve. God, I wish I looked like Henry Cavill, though. Oof. Certainly a man crush there. Yep. I disagree with your intentions, opponents. You have 2 cards left. Would have to, be a lava dart, so that's fine. The Wind Caller and the Sprite Dragon still trade unless they sacrifice their last. Yep, that's fine. What we get to do next turn is, so they don't lose any creatures, we lose 2. However, we get to put in the Crashing Footfalls and hold up the Petty Theft on the Brazen Borrower. So now they'd have to have, trying to think, 1 land in hand. We can go through a Spell Pierce. Aether Gust doesn't stop this, and that's enough from the opponent. They've seen enough. So we take that one down. Okay, so we're back to 3-3. So I'll update that. Brizzy B confirmed great. Please never refer to it like that again. Brizzy B. So 3-3. Spikes 4-1. A lot of people are already dropping. Doom Switch 1-4. That's Fluffy Wolf has already dropped. Gigi has dropped at 3-3. Hybing is 5-1 with 4 colour Living End. I'm just in awe of that man. House of Manners 5-1. Lord of Puntlantis is 5-1. I did miss Canister. Has he already dropped? Yeah, he's 2-3 drop. Oink Mage is 4-1. Respect the Cat is 3-2. Yendrix 3-2 as well. Yama Killer 0-2 dropped. Okay. I'm going to very quickly take a break. Just grab some water. And I will see you in about 5 minutes. Hello everyone, we're back. Dan, you say you've got me twice as loud. So would it be better if I turn myself up, or are you saying that I'm currently too loud? I can always just turn my volume up a little bit. If I change the mic. How's that? Is that better? A little bit louder there. I can see it's gone way up. You can hear my PC fans. That's actually my partner, who is sort of like there. So let me just turn that down a little bit. There you go. Is that better? So now it should be less background noise, I think. Okay. Perfect. Now, where in Zagreb are we? That's the that's the most important question. So, as we go up the street here, still not seen any signs to say what district we're in. On that side, I don't recognise any of those dates, locations. There was a sign up there. Okay, looks like there was a festival at some point. Let's continue going up the street that we... There's an Opel dealership and Chevrolet, it's a bit of an interesting combination. Discuss. Okay, so we've got an area now. Suburbs of County, Dubrava, Guncha, Dubrava, Donja, Dubrava, Sisvit. No mention of Uskar, so I don't know if that's a place or if that's a suburb, if it's just something unrelated, maybe it's just like... I'm not really sure, I unfortunately don't speak Croatian. Well, there is that. Okay, so that's the cafe we saw earlier, and there's the photo shop and the Zagreb National Bank. Oh, sorry, there's the Zagreb Bank. So we came from this direction to get here, down the main street. A most unusual garden. And a red hot chili paper, that's just fantastic. This looks like a downtown area. Still no indication of what we saw before. And I accidentally clicked guess. Fantastic, so we were very close to where we said, which was the most unusual garden. If I hadn't misclicked, then stood a better chance, but still 2 kilometers, that's not too bad. Okay, so this is not the UK, I don't think. Can't read that one. It's an evangelical church of some description. Well, considering we've been getting sort of like 100 meters or less, I mean, I don't think that's too bad. Bochum, so we are in Germany. We are specifically, I think it's north, isn't it? I should know. I've been through Bochum. I could cheat and ask the German behind me, but I'm sure Bochum's around here. It's quite. No, it's Bockholt? Bockholt? I'm not sure about that one. It's quite a big city. Or town. No, it's a city, I'm sure it is. I don't think it's in eastern Germany. I thought it was northwest, but clearly not. If you ever find yourself driving through Germany, avoid Stuttgart like the plague. This road here, the 8, which goes through to Munich, absolute nightmare all of the time. So the airport is here, on the motorway. So you get all of the traffic, and because it's a major airport for the area, it is the airport in that area that's not Munich. So you end up with just phenomenal amounts of traffic. Trying to get past it is a nightmare any time after about 6 in the morning through to about 8 o'clock at night. Got stuck in a 7-hour traffic jam when we were driving through. We were originally we were coming from Karlsruhe, which is here somewhere. That's Koblenz. Köln is around here somewhere, Karlsruhe. Yeah, it was bad. And we had to stop in Stuttgart to pick up some stuff. Then we were going to camp overnight in Memmingen, but we managed to get from Köln to Stuttgart in about, I would say, 4.5 hours. Then it took us 7 hours to get from just outside of Leonberg, which is here, so by Ramsell, just to the airport, which is there. So from Leonberg to Filberstadt, that's what, I'd say about 25 miles. We managed to do that in 7 hours. God awful. So my perception of Stuttgart is slightly coloured. I've visited it before. It's a very nice city, very clean, but it's a bit of a weird one because there's an archaic railway going straight in the middle of the city, and it just looks so out of place. Everything else has been rejuvenated, been kept really up to date, and there's just this rail station that spans the whole city that's falling apart. It's also probably the biggest underground tunnel I've ever seen in Stuttgart. It's so big that it cuts right the way across the city, and halfway through there's a 4-way interchange with traffic lights just in the middle of this underground tunnel. When you're not expecting it in your normal sort of like tunnel length, maybe like 100 meters, and you see something that's like 2 miles, blows your mind. I did mine anyway, my tiny little mind, because I probably didn't research it before I decided to visit, I suppose. And I have lost a city. After all of that, I've still lost a city. Bochum. Can't be that. I know they did have a football team that was in the Bundesliga at one point. Don't know if they still do. There's Dresden. Leipzig, who we just beat 2-0 in the Champions League this week. But still no sign of Bochum. I really did think that they were West German. We've got Lübeck, former capital of the Hansa, the Hanseatic Trading Leagues. That was a bit of an interesting post-HRE sort of situation. I'm interested in your North German trading state history, which is a bit of a niche one. There's Bremen. Where on earth is Bochum? I am very surprised to see Bielefeld on the map, 'cause I believe it's that city or that town that the German people have got a bit of a joke that it doesn't exist. And that when it comes to sort of like all maps and conversations around it, they just pretend that it doesn't exist. And if you mention it, they'll just go, where? I'm sure it's Bielefeld. Might have to look that one up. There is definitely a German town or city that the whole country makes out that doesn't exist. I couldn't tell you why, but there we go. I'm just going to check, see how some of the other streams are doing very quickly. Still, I'm sure it's. As I was here, so start from the top. Felsberg, Freiburg, Freiburg, Ottendorf. So now we're into the Netherlands here. There's Bremen. I'm certain it's around here. I've been through it. Bochum. There. I knew you were there, you sod. Right. After that, so I found the missing city. Now the question is, what are we located near? Let's just pin that. It looks like quite a bit of open grass, something like that. So if we can find the evangelical church. Hang on, it didn't look quite. It's not the biggest building, but might be something that's worth noting. Again, so if McDonald's is sponsoring Zagreb, Burger King is sponsoring Bochum. Just making me hungry, if I'm all honest. Looking at all these different food places. It's just sushi. I'll talk myself into ordering a pizza at this rate. That is a lovely church. There's a sign, and I've got to look at the sign first. Museum. I saw that here. Yeah, there it is. No, it's the Durchbergbau. Okay, so it's not that one. There's another museum there. No. There's a hospital, the Augusta Arnholz. just me complaining about various cities across Europe. We've got some fun ones. We're being shown around Ljubljana once by one of our Serbian friends we met at the festival. And lost one of the Australian guys who was travelling with us. Found him. He got stuck. I have to do that for the States. I'll have to do that for one of the States one of these. Yeah. Robuto. We'll have to travel North America together. It's definitely on the list. Need to see America and Canada much more than I already have done. Whilst hunting for hospitals in West Germany. Marianne, the Universe. St. Elizabeth, St. Joseph's, KFC. Please do. You'll never hear me complaining about an opportunity to travel. Something everyone should do as much as humanly possible. So we've got a planetarium, a museum, and the Augusta Hospital. Shouldn't be. That's quite a lot of reference points, some very good ones. However, I still can't utilise them or find them. So we're going to go from northwest and cycle around the city. So start here. So here's the border that goes round. And we're going to try and look out for a planetarium, the Augusta Hospital, and the Bochum Museum. There's a police station. Small hospital. The gym. That's the border. Still no sign of the Augusta. Sort of sound like we're hunting ships at this stage. It's not that museum. I shouldn't zoom in this far. You start seeing places like Pizzeria or Sole Mio, and I just really want a pizza. I'm so hungry. I went upstairs a moment ago to get a drink. Nat was just talking about potentially ordering some food, and I'm like, oh, God, please. At St. Joseph's, there's Klinik for Kinder. Kinder is child in German, so it's the children's hospital. I'm assuming that word means university. Kinder. It varies. It really varies. A lot of the sort of like chain restaurants and whatnot, they'll definitely try and sort of like emulate the Chicago style and then just bugger it up completely. But a lot of the takeaways will try. They'll offer like thick base American style, but then they'll try the thin base sort of continental style. Usually get it pretty good. There's one thing that Britain has pretty good access to is good takeaway food. It's one of the many reasons we have a rising obesity issue in this country. And access to good food is, via Just Eat or anything like that, is one of them. And bad food. Don't know why, but it's one of my favourite German words. I've got two. It's what they call ambulance, which is Krankenwagen, which I absolutely love. I don't know why, it just seems to roll very nicely off the tongue. And the other one is the name for bagpipe player, which is Dudelsackpfeifer. It's a great word. Dudelsackpfeifer. there's the planetarium. So is that planetarium a train station, or is it actually a planetarium? So we're around the university, but I can't find any. So they have a metro, okay. If I should be able to hunt down the planetarium metro. There's the Bergbaum Museum. And there's the planetarium. There we go. Got it. So now the planetarium is there. So we're here on an old 280. Nice car. So that is the station for the planetarium. So we're down here. So somewhere here there should be the Evangelical Church. That church is probably... Don't know how I've done that. Let's see, there's one match left. That was convenient timing. It's between Sultai for Life and I really hope I don't have to play him because I cannot pronounce that. I'm not willing to make the effort to. One or the other. Possibly both. So we located us. We found out we were located here as we found the planetarium metro, which is there next to the planetarium, but none of the other stuff is around it. And Christopher, so we are here, so that must be that. If we go left, then we should see Tante Jürgen's Cafe. Yes, Nat did. She did. She did the Bert, which is here. This is the thumbnail for the channel. She also did the Bertie up in the top right hand corner. For some reason, the stream itself has gone at 720p. When I started a minute ago, or when I started it, I had an error come up saying that there was an authentication error with Twitch. I verified again, and it said it was limiting me for 720p for the stream, so I'm like, okay. Try again at 1080 or 4K next time. Oh, thanks. I'll pass that on. I'll also be crediting in my about section. I'll be putting a link to her page and all her art if you want to check it out. As we found the cafe and the pizzeria, so correctly identified this is the right street. Awesome, thanks man. I greatly appreciate that. So this is here. So if we back to here where we started, there should be a charging station. It can't be that far. It must be this. Martin Luther's house. It can't be the Martin Luther, as in sort of like the one who nailed the tenants to the Catholic Church, surely. So that is that. And we go back a little bit here. And from there we are 2 buildings back, so it has to be there. Spot on. 25 meters. It's not bad. just in time. Yes, so yeah, DeMarcus with 3-3 at the moment. Yes, I beat the second, is it Prowess? I'm now 6-0 against the deck with Living End. Also, Oro against Burn, I think. The aggressive red creature matchups, or just the aggressive red matchups, have always been pretty good for these, for Living End. Particularly blue-red, particularly when we're packing 3 Chalice, 2 Dragon's Claw, 3 Swan Song. It's just a pretty good matchup all round. So into round 7, we have to find out who our opponent is. As we sit in 57th. It's not, it's half your money back. Still gunning for a top 32 place. I think we'll have to win both in order to do that. So Jules Orc J245 is our opponent. We've said good luck, have fun to him or her. As we get another very weird hand against the Lurus deck, which is definitely going to have to be mulliganed. 2 dead Living Ends. Remand, it's not bad, but no cyclers with a Living End. If these were 2 Rhinos with this configuration, I might keep it, but not with Living End. I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to pitch 1 Electro Dominance and play a Scalding Tarn. So we can always pitch the As Foretold to the Force of Negation if we need to. If the Inquisition or Thoughtseizer's here, I'm not going to protect what we've got in hand. So they are probably Rakdos Shadow, which means Thoughtseizer's likely abound. Swift Spear, can certainly deal with that. Almost happily. So I'm going to fetch after cycling Street Wraith. Oh, as told, so yeah, I think so. I think it'll be Rakdos Prowess as opposed to Shadow. They don't tend to play the Swift Spears, not sure. Could be wrong on that one. So beats Prowess, Burn, 4-colour Shadow. I think I've repressed it almost. What did we beat? We also beat... put me on the spot there, Dan. I was going to play the Steam Vents tapped and say go to our opponent. Yeah, we lost to Jeskai Polymorph. That was the one that put us 2-3. We just beat the... I can't remember what we lost to. I'm not going to... No, actually, I'm going to cycle first. I will cycle, and I'll protect it with a Force of Negation if I get a Living End specifically. The opponent can go nuts on that one. I'm assuming they'll take our Force of Negation or our Electro Dominance. I can't see them taking Street Wraith. Burn. I can't remember what the other loss was to, Dan, to be honest. It's going to annoy me now. I don't want them to... Yeah, okay. So now we're drawing the island. So they may take the As Foretold if they want, but they probably have to take the Electro Dominance, unless they just want to leave us with the one shot. The Rakdos Prowess matchup is a significantly harder one than Blue Red Prowess for this exact reason. Blue Red Prowess, they haven't really got much of a choice but to play into a lot of our tricks. The Rakdos, they can sculpt through discard much better than anything else. So we're going to play the one they know about. We'll hold up Hardcast Force. Hopefully we can fade too many issues. Also, Lurrus as a companion is a bit of a pain in the arse. Game 1 discard's quite difficult, yeah. But it depends on what deck is doing the discarding. If it's discard coupled with a fast clock, then absolutely. But if it's like discard from Jund Rock, it's not really an issue. You just play the long game in that instance and outclass the Goyfs, or to keep wiping the board. The problem is when they do stuff like this, then you're forced to contend with a board that's just obscene. Like, we are dead next turn. We've got to rip Living End. Well, we've got to rip Living End. And that's a problem. That's where they get us. Here, however, Swan Song, don't like Remand, Chalice. Actually, I'm going to keep one Remand in. Yeah, so against Jund Rock, because they're playing Goyfs and things like that, they've got to really commit to the board, and they've got to do so over a number of turns. We can outclass them pretty easily. It's when they start playing 10-10 Shadows and 12-12 Scourges and stuff like that, that's when we just really can't hope to contend, particularly through Thoughtseize after Thoughtseize after Thoughtseize. They cast 3 discard spells in that game. Oh, sorry, 2 discard spells, let's not lie. 2 discard spells. Swan Song, Chalice, Force, and Brace and Borrow. I think I want the Sullendy. No, it's going to be too grindy for that. It's not. Sorry, it's going to be too short for that to be relevant. So, interaction, combo. Deal with that. It's pretty good. Doubt they'll be bringing in a Braid in game 2, but okay, I can certainly work with this. Well done, Heliod. Yes, that obnoxious Heliod hand that beat us in game 3. It might just be me, but Heliod does seem to be the deck where they just sort of have it naturally more so than any other. It's a bit like with the old Devoted Devastation decks. They just seem to have it far more often than not. Or maybe that was just the perception. Okay, I will Swan Song a Thoughtseize if they choose to go for it. I'd rather not. A Bomat Courier, that is fine by me. Okay, perfect. Double Swan Song, Remand, Force Negation. It's not bad. I could just really do with an Electro Balance. Sorry, Electro Dominance, not Electro Balance. Christ, that'd be a confusing one. I could do with an Electro Dominance or another land, preferably. Yep, let that go through. So I'm going to remand this in the same way that I was going to Swan Song and then cycle. Okay, we found that third land. That allows us double Swan Song, Curator, and and Hardcast Force if we need to. Yeah, I like that. This side really is spice. It's been a while since I read the exact wording on that. The opponent can just stupor for a moment. Exile target enchantment if it's a god, search the control. That's the person who definitively hates Heliod right there. Can't blame them. So I'm going to cycle Curator first. I like it. I don't want to Swan Song this, but I will, in the hopes that we can finally find something. I mean, they've already got 5-colour Jund. It's got anime Jund in the form of Niv-Mizzet. Muldrifter. That would be good here. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, now the term pile has positive connotations as opposed to just Uro and Omnath, just all that horrible stuff. So now we are dead next turn. They've got a bolt. I will remand, cycle, and then Swan Song. Yep, okay. Bit late for you, sir. So now I agree, Dan. I agree completely. Oh, we're dead regardless, so then they're going to hit us, crack the Bomat Courier, refill their hands, and then that should be it. I'm sure why they didn't do that on damage, unless they just want to get more. Yep, looks like they drew the bolt, so that's 3, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, exactly. Killed on turn 4, both games. Okay, that 4-3 signifies the end of our tournament, I think. The best we could do now is top 64, which we've almost certainly guaranteed. Yeah, No, still. No, not guaranteed top 64, but I think I'm going to wrap that one up there, guys. So, thank you to everyone who came down today. It was unfortunate. It was an unfortunate series of events. We lost to two pretty bad matchups in the form of Shadow decks. We lost to Heliod. It's thanks for everyone coming down. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. I'm going to drop from this. And to Murabito and Dan, I'll catch you guys on the Discord later. Looking forward to watching your video, Murabito, on the 30 Days of Shadow. Absolutely. And for everyone else, I'll catch you next time. Thanks for stopping by, and to the people who followed, have a good night, everyone.